Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get started with our council session. This morning, we will begin with an invocation by Imam Faizul Khan from the Islamic Society of Washington. Please stand as you're able.
We begin in the name of God, the most merciful and compassionate. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Almighty Allah. Alhamdulillah, lazi hadana lihada wa ma kunna linahtadiya lawla an hadana Allah. Praise be to Almighty God who has guided us to this gathering, and this could not have been possible had it not been for His guidance. Allah says in the Quran, وَقَالَ رَبَّكُمْ أُدُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ لَكُمْ. He said, "O my servants, you call upon me, and I will answer your prayer." Let us pray. Almighty Allah, Lord and Master of our life, through thy benevolence, grace, and mercy, we have assembled here this morning in the spirit of joy and happiness to express our thankfulness and seek thy blessings as we offer prayers in this very important session. O Allah, in your word, you have given us a vision of that perfect world. Lead us from hate to love and from violence to peace, from fear to trust and from despair to hope. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, so that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and help us to make our community, our county, a meeting ground of cultures and races, where women and men of different talents may find in each other the fulfillment of their common humanity. We beseech thy help, O Allah, to promote the noble objective of the county government, and seek thy righteousness in all that who will serve and benefit from thy assistance. Grant them patience, understanding, vision, and courage needed for the task that lies ahead. O Lord, we ask that you accept our prayer. Amen.
Thank you, Imam Khan. Now we're on to general business announcements. Ms. Limarsi, announcements?
Yes, good morning. Additional amendments to the FY 19 to 24 capital improvements program have been proposed by the county executive with the operating budget that came over last week. These amendments will be included in the operating budget public hearings on April 9th, 8th, and 10th of 2019. There is an addendum this morning added that will take place immediately after this is an introduction and action on a resolution to reaffirm the council's solidarity with the Muslim community. There is also a correction in the title to Bill 819, which deals with high PAH sealants. The council did not receive any petitions this week.
Thank you. The minutes of March 4th and 5th, 2019 have been distributed to all council members. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, they stand approved. So now I just want to move on to our first action item, and actually this is a resolution to reinforce our solidarity with our Muslim community during this difficult time of grief. Since Friday and over the weekend, in the wake of the hate-filled terror attacks on 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand, that left at least 50 people dead and over 20 individuals seriously injured, council members and the county executive have reached out to the Muslim community and visited the mosques to offer support and condolences. Because this is who we are one Montgomery. When a member of our family is hurting, we share in the pain. It is important to frame today's action in the context of the council's and county executives' ongoing work on enshrining racial equity and social justice in everything we do as a county. This resolution is intentional in that respect because it documents and reaffirms our county's dedication to protecting religious freedom. This resolution also condemns terrorism, hate crimes, and racial division. We pledge to continue to support and protect our Muslim community members, our community, and all houses of worship throughout the county from violence. Our county has a long history of protecting all individuals' freedoms and cultivating the values of acceptance and tolerance. As county leaders, we will continue to protect and defend the rights of all our community members here at home and throughout the world. In order to act on this resolution today, I will need a motion to suspend the rules and a second as well. Moved by Councilmember Reamer, second by Councilmember Friedson. All those in favor of suspending the rules and acting upon this resolution today, please raise your hands. That's unanimous among those present. So before us now is this resolution, which states that the Montgomery County Council denounces the Christchurch massacre and recognizes this terrorist attack as part of a horrifying pattern of white supremacist attacks on houses of worship and anti-Muslim sentiment fueled by hate groups. The council recognizes, values, and stands in solidarity with our Muslim community members during this unimaginable, difficult time of grief. The council pledges its support to protect our Muslim community and members in houses of worship throughout the county from malevolent acts of violence. The council rejects Islamophobia and xenophobia and condemns all forms of terrorism, hate, crimes, and intolerance in our community and around the world. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution? Moved by Council Vice President Katz, seconded by Councilmember Jawando. Any discussion? Councilmember Reamer.
Well, thank you, Council President, for bringing the resolution forward in such a timely manner. Just wanted to add to the conversation that we really need the federal government to be aggressive in the prosecution of white supremacist domestic terrorist influences. And there was a time in the past when this threat was considered as a threat, a serious threat. And the FBI and other law enforcement agencies were very aggressive. I am very concerned that the message that has come from the top of the federal government is that there are good people on all sides. And that is absolutely unacceptable. And we need to raise our voices and demand that the federal government treat this threat with the seriousness that it deserves and act accordingly. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would add that this action, and I think the sentiments of the council, is very consistent as we unfortunately have also experienced our own grief with anti-Semitism, with anti-immigrant rhetoric, with anti-Muslim rhetoric, anti-Latino rhetoric, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, and words matter, and they matter because they usually translate into this type of action. So we will continue to do everything possible here in our county to not only promote equity and social justice, but also do everything possible to ensure that by our example, we can be role models in what a community actually can look like that promotes tolerance, inclusion, and respect. With that, all those in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous among those present. Thank you. I'm sorry? We have one more vote? One more vote. Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're on to item number 2, which is our consent calendar. I need a motion. It is moved by Councilmember Reamer and seconded by Councilmember Katz. Any discussions? Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you very much. I, like you, Council President Navarro, I'm looking forward to the discussion about the Office of Legislative Oversight's report on after-school bookings. This report is going to give us a lot to look into. It really shows that there is, unfortunately, disparity of the availability of after-school programming, and we need to really think about how to ensure that every child in this county has the opportunity to have a safe place and a constructive and positive environment after school before their parents are ready for them to be home. So we have a lot of work to do there. I wanted to highlight the item E as well, the resolution to approve the declaration of no further need. On the library side, I think we really need to give this careful consideration and discussion and ensure that we are maximizing all the public benefits that we need here, not only childcare, but also housing. So we'll have a public hearing on that, and we'll give that more thought as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do want to commend Olo for another extraordinary report. I really enjoyed the summary form, I have to say. And I do agree that this is a great blueprint for us. Every year we worry so much about the lack of options for after-school activities and programs, especially in those areas where we know low-income families reside. But it's so important to actually have a well-thought-out analysis of where that is and the challenge that we have ahead. So as we seek to enhance that particular item and area, we will have information to back it up and data to back it up. So I do appreciate that report. All right, with that, all those in favor of adopting the consent calendar, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Great. Okay, so now we are on to item 3, and this is a briefing on managed lane study. I see Dr. Orland approaching, and we do have with us as well Secretary Ron and SHA Administrator Mr. Slater. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. This is a great opportunity for us to receive a briefing on the current status of the managed lane studies and to answer any questions that my colleagues might have. We really welcome both of you here today, and we look forward to a productive conversation as well. I know that we also have staff, I believe, from the Planning Board here in Montgomery County Department of Transportation to help answer questions as well. And if you are here, you can approach the table because we might have some questions for you. As we know, the goal of the managed lane study is to add increased capacity to I-270 and I-495 and alleviate overall traffic congestion. And we do have a lot of particular questions as well as opinions, and our constituents also have been monitoring this particular issue very closely. And I do also want to commend my colleagues on the Transportation and Environment Committee as they have worked diligently to address many of these issues. So I'm going to first turn it over to Councilmember Hucker, who chairs the Transportation and Environment Committee. And then I see Councilmember Reamer also would like to. Oh, okay. Councilmember Hucker, let me turn it over to you, and then we'll start the conversation.
Great. Mr. Secretary and Administrator Slater, thank you so much for joining us today, and as well as our officials as well from DOT and Park and Planning and the county. We're obviously so glad that the state is interested in addressing congestion on 495 and 270. We all live with it every day, and our constituents do, and we have been very concerned about it and writing letters to the state urging you to invest in those corridors for many years. As you know, the process that led to the proposal left us with quite a bit of concern that we addressed last time you were here, so I don't want to dwell on that. And we're looking forward to more details about the screened alternatives and the discussion today. But we do want you to know that what we do know about the proposal and the screened alternatives that are in front of us has created considerable concern and anxiety in Montgomery County. The council and the executive have written to you with the county's position on this proposal. The consensus of the council and the county executive is that you should phase the highway segments, beginning with the American Legion Bridge and 270, defer action on 495 east of the spur, where the right-of-way is so constrained, and that you should include bus rapid transit on those corridors and on dedicated ramps as well. We've long asked the state for relief on the American Legion Bridge and 270 and the western portion of 495, where the right-of-way allows for more options. We can largely, I think, all agree on that, and we'd welcome state investment there. Action on 495 east of the spur, where the right-of-way is so much more constrained by existing homes and businesses and a hospital and a golf course, we believe that should be considered after the American Legion Bridge and 270 and the spur are fixed, and an objective study shows the need for more subsequent attention to 495. We also believe that robust bus rapid transit should be included on the highway with potential toll lanes, similar to the Harbor Freeway Transitway in Los Angeles. BRT could operate in the toll lanes and connect passengers to employment centers throughout the region if MDOT goes forward with toll lanes. Our constituents also want a reassurance that modifications to the highways will not result in taking homes and businesses, especially on the constrained portions of the Beltway in established down-county communities. And of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, the council would very much like to see more engagement and transparency from MDOT on this major project moving forward. We're very much looking to forward to your discussion today, and greatly grateful for your appearance. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary Ron, we'll turn it over to you. And there is a button there at the base of the microphone. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Council President, members of the council. it is our pleasure to be able to be here before you today to discuss a very important program. We believe for not only Montgomery and Prince George's County, but actually the entire National Capital Region and those regions beyond the two counties, three counties when we count Frederick, that rely upon these corridors for access to jobs and economic activity. So today we do have a presentation. Very quickly we'll go over what the program overview is. Price managed lanes fundamentals, the benefits of the P3 approach, the organizational structure, potential workforce economic and environmental implications, which we think there are great opportunities here for us to work with the minority community and provide real opportunity for people in a career path, as well as for minority businesses, and then the solicitation process, and then the timeline of the entire program. So I would like to start with the view of the P3 corridor. I believe you have seen this before. Do you actually have the paper copies? Okay, so the colors are better on paper than they are. Okay. Okay, very good. So what you can see is that the corridor that's being viewed for a system improvement, and I need to stress the term system. And we recognize that if we are going to address congestion within the National Capital Region, as well as Maryland as a whole, we have to look at the entire system. And that we have to have a system approach. And that trying to take pieces of a solution are not going to provide the same benefit as what we will see with a system approach. And so what you see here is that as we look at the National Capital Region, you can see the northern piece of I-270 from 370 north to Frederick. That is an area that we will begin NEPA, the NEPA process, with a notice to proceed to the consultant to start the NEPA process sometime in April. We have a current NEPA study that is ongoing, which is from 370 down to 495, and then from the American Legion Bridge around to Maryland, roughly to Maryland 5, which will leave an additional piece of the Beltway from Maryland 5 across the Wilson Bridge. So the study that is ongoing now is looking at those sections that we believe are the most likely to be viable P3 candidates in their own right. We anticipate that there will be needs for gap funding for the remaining pieces that are going to be studied subsequent to the existing NEPA. And the anticipation is that we will need to have concession fees paid in advance on those sections that are most viable, and that those concession fees will then go to provide gap funding for those areas that are not as viable as a standalone section of a express toll lane. The corridor center line miles, we're looking at roughly 70 miles of improvements, and it will address the kinds of bottlenecks and congestion that the region is suffering from. The managed way, the managed lane NEPA study that is currently underway, we are anticipating that it should have a record of decision prior to the financial close of the first phase, so that as these are running concurrently and in parallel, that we will be able to ensure that the NEPA document includes any changes that or adjustments that would be needed based on a successful proposal from a concessionaire. The section that we see down below the Maryland 5 across the Woodrow Wilson. We are working in conjunction with the Virginia Department of Transportation, since they have a larger section that will have to be improved on the Virginia side to meet the express toll lanes in Maryland, and also to have a solution to how we're going to deal with traffic on the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. The next slide is showing congestion and its projection to only 2025. That's 7 years from now, actually 6 years from now. We are looking at congestion along the Beltway and up to 70 that is going to be torturous to commuters who are going to be utilizing these routes. You can see the areas where the speeds will drop from 0 to 15 in 2025. We are talking about, and I'm actually stealing a quote from Mr. Slater, which says once you've reached congestion levels that we are seeing within these corridors, is that you can't add more congestion, it just spreads out over a longer and longer period of time. The section of the American Legion Bridge is now experiencing congestion with 4-mile backups 4 hours a day. So I think there's recognition by everyone that the American Legion Bridge is a major problem within this region, and for access to Northern Virginia for those in Montgomery County, Frederick County, and others. What we are seeing here is that travelers on the corridor regularly experience delays of triple or quadruple free-flowing travel times. I think another way to put that is 1/3 to 1/4 of what the speed limits are that we see within within this corridor. So traffic is significant and is going to grow as the region continues to grow, both from an economic standpoint and from a population standpoint. Projections of an additional 1.3 million people within the National Capital Region by 2040. And 2040 sounds like a long time from now, but I would point out that that's 21 years. 21 years ago would have been 1998. For many of you, that might seem like a long time to you. 1998 does not seem like very long ago to me. And so we are going to see these events happen I think from a personal experience standpoint, are going to happen quickly. And we know from past studies, and I need to point out that we have had studies within these corridors now for at least 25 years. And they have had recommended actions to be taken, and those recommended actions have been to address both transit and capacity, addressing capacity on I-270 and on 495. The problem is that we've never had the resources available to actually address the capacity of 270 and 495 within these timeframes. So we fortunately are in the process, as you all know, with a healthy contribution towards the Purple Line that Montgomery County and Prince George's County have made, as well as the federal government. We have the Purple Line that is under construction today, a huge investment, $5.6 billion over a 36-year period. And I need to point out that the Purple Line was part of the study that recommended capacity improvements to 495 as well. So we undertook transit first. Now we're addressing capacity on 495 and 270 because we have a viable means to actually pay for this now. Without the use of a P3, without the use of bringing in the private sector, having their resources at risk for the construction and operation of the express toll lanes, we would not be proposing, frankly, anything because we do not have those resources to do that. Let's see. So as far as a program, we are addressing this with 5 strategic goals. First is reducing traffic congestion along 495 and I-270. I think that's a pretty clear strategic objective. But the second strategy, a strategic approach for us, is to minimize impacts within the corridor. The governor has said we are to prioritize and incentivize the non-taking of residences within this corridor. We know, for instance, on the Purple Line that in excess of 100 homes were taken in order to construct the Purple Line. Again, our approach on this is to minimize impacts to the residences, also during construction, to traffic within that area, and then the long-term impacts of the project itself. We are looking also as a strategic approach is to accelerating the delivery of the program. In 2025 is not very far off. If we do not take aggressive action to deliver the improvements, we're going to be suffering exactly what is being projected. And we are looking for shockingly innovative, and that is a term we are using deliberately, shockingly innovative solutions. And by that we're meaning we are open to global proposals on how we address the issues that we have within this corridor. We all know that the area is very constrained, However, we do know that there have been projects that have been accomplished around the world that have dealt with very constrained areas as well. Our conversations with the proposers who have been in contact with us, and I have to tell you, there is global interest in this project. And they universally like the idea that they are going to be able to bring their solution to the table on how we address the issues within, especially the area on phase 1. And so we have said we are open to this, and we are open to global players to come and bring us their concepts of how we accomplish these other issues. And then lastly, delivering the solution at no net cost to the state. This is an important portion because we don't have resources to address this corridor. And so it's important to us that the proposals that come to us are going to be self-funding from the tolls that will be collected and that will be used to manage and operate the system going forward. And so without the P3, I've got to stress again, we have no resources to accomplish this or any other solution within the corridor that requires an investment of even minor sizes. And so as we are undertaking this, our program is to address those things. We also want to enhance transit mobility within the corridor, and we are looking for ways to be able to invest in the CCT along 270 as a program, and including the multimodal network connectivity in Prince George's County. We're also going to be working with the proposers on how we will allow public transit agencies to utilize the express toll lanes at no cost. So we are dealing with a project also that is totally at risk for the developer, revenue at risk. There is no recourse to the state within this program. They will construct and operate this at their own risk. What I would like to do at this point, turn this over to Greg and have him describe the P3 program details.
Good morning. For the record, Greg Slater, Administrator, MDOT State Highway Administration. As the Secretary started to explain, the P3 program will provide an option for a guaranteed reliable travel for those who choose to use those lanes, for those who choose to use that new option. And for those who continue to use the options that are out there today, there will be no change in capacity to that, other than the fact that it will have some less congestion on them. So what we're looking at is a solution where everyone benefits. The new bridges and the smoother pavement will be provided for all users. So the concept is to full reconstruction of not only new travel lanes, but also the existing travel lanes. When we look at the system preservation world that we live in today, we have to look at systems that we can afford to upkeep. And when we look at the needs of that system over the next, between now and 2030, we're looking at the additional $1.7 billion of investment that's going to be needed into the pavement and bridges along that system today, and that's without any additional capacity or operational improvements. That's simply just keeping the system up to date in the pavement and the bridges that are out there today.
Greg, Greg, can you mention, do we have $1.7 billion currently available for that work?
We do not. So we're looking at options to maintain that system today. And I'm sure many of you are very focused on the American Legion Bridge, but there are structures all around that bridge, or all around that system that we have to address, and we've been systematically addressing them. And inherently what happens is when you build a system all around the same time, you have to replace all of those bridges and all of that work around the same time. So we're coming up on that. Preliminary analysis shows us still under the study of the P3 program, we're going to see tremendous improvements. We're looking at arterial roads that would generally experience between 2 and 4% reduction in travel volumes within the vicinity. Now, I'll stress that those percentages are a 24-hour percentage, so they're much greater in the peak. And so what you see is those areas that surround that system will see less congestion. Between 110 and 160,000 additional commuters within the study area would be able to access jobs within 60 minutes. That's a 10 to 15% increase in job access in the region. And that's really an increase. The increase in trips for that region really comes from the changes in land use between now and 2040. So we look at that and we model that as part of the growth. So if we look at the phasing that we've laid out for the program, phase one is I-495 from the George Washington Memorial Parkway. So phase one starts in Virginia, goes across and replaces the American Legion Bridge, and goes across the top side of the Beltway to 95. This is the original section that was studied as part of the Capital Beltway Planning Study, probably in the late 80s, early 90s, that yielded the Purple Line that's under construction today. So as part of that, the Purple Line advanced. There were some small operational improvements that advanced, but no substantial highway improvement. Phase 2A and 2B would be done simultaneously. So you're looking at them very short order after the first phase. So we're looking at I-270, the spurs up 495 to 370. And then this one will come with an investment in the Corridor Cities Transitway. Probably about 10 years ago, they were both part of a multimodal planning study that involved managed lanes up 270 and then the Corridor City Transitway. That project got to the end, it got to a draft environmental document. It was split and then taken into independent paths where the CCT advanced on its own, and the highway portion was essentially put on hold to allow the transit portion to advance. The second part of phase two is really the 495 from 95 around the Capitol Beltway to Branch Avenue, Maryland 5. Significant commuter traffic comes up from Prince George's County into the Beltway, splits between going towards the Route 50 corridor and then across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. So this addresses a significant bottleneck in the region on the Beltway. And then this portion, in the multimodal nature of the project, will invest in some of the TOD infrastructure that's needed to build that connectivity from the interstate system to those transit-oriented development sections. For instance, Greenbelt. Greenbelt was right there as a front runner, I believe, as one of the front runners on the FBI. So this project, when we do phase 2B, would build that infrastructure. So as part of that, FBI comes back, that infrastructure is in place, and we're able to really take advantage and have a good foundation for transit-oriented development, not only at Greenbelt, but at New Carrollton, Largo, and Branch Avenue, building that connectivity into the system. Phase 3A and 3B, same vision as 2A and 2B, but they would be done as separate simultaneous sections north of 370 towards Frederick, and then the section across Woodrow Wilson Bridge that would really connect in. We're working with Virginia. They want to focus on American Legion first and then shift their focus down to the south side and connect in with them. So if you look at where we are in terms of our environmental studies, as the Secretary referenced, the first environmental study is really from Virginia's section all across the American Legion Bridge, the spurs, up to 370 and around the Beltway to Maryland 5. We're about in the middle of that process. I'm going to touch on the timeline a little bit later. We've just taken about several weeks ago, we took our cut at the recommended screened alternatives. That's essentially what that is. That's our cut. We release it to the public, and we give several weeks for the public to review and comment and digest that before we get to our public workshops in April. So the idea, release that out there, hear that feedback so that we can incorporate that into our process. We have ongoing public meetings. We've been in constant dialogue over the last several weeks with community groups and neighborhood associations and trying to meet with them as our schedule allows and continuing to meet as we go. We have 6 public workshops scheduled for the middle of April. We'll be working through those public workshops across the system to hear feedback from the community on all of the alternatives. The section of I-270, really 370 to I-70, we are getting ready to issue a notice to proceed to our contractor. We've been doing some preliminary work, collecting a lot of that data, getting the foundation, and working through the scope of that so that we can get our team started on that section as it builds in. And then those initial activities will begin very shortly. The section of Maryland 5, the Woodrow Wilson, we're continuing to coordinate with Virginia on those sections. If you look at the next slide, we're probably towards the middle of that screened alternatives bubble in our process as we're working toward those public workshops, continuing to collect that feedback to where we get to that alternatives retained for detailed study. So we've taken our cut, we've taken our assessment, we hear those feedback comments, we go back to this public workshop, we hear all that, we digest all that, and then we land on the alternatives retained for detailed study that we work through, really get into some detailed engineering on those alternatives and get to a recommended preferred alternative in the winter of 2020 where there would be a formal public hearings scheduled for that. If you look at the alternative screening process, the screening criteria broke down into 8 different categories. We needed alternatives that would accommodate existing and long-term traffic growth. So it's really the changes in traffic growth and the added trips really come from a variety of sources, but first and foremost, it's the changes in land use from 2018 to 2040. Enhanced trip reliability, giving people a reliable trip. Provide additional roadway travel choice, so it's really about options. The ease of use for travelers, accommodate homeland security, improve the movement of goods and services, which is a really important point to stress here. We not only have some traffic and congestion growth, but we have probably a double rate of freight growth happening in that region coming from all parts of the state. So we need to accommodate that existing and growing freight travel along the corridor as well. We need something that is financially self-sustaining. We need something that's going to provide a funding source because we don't have that. And then we want to build in that multimodal connectivity as part of our process. The recommended screened alternatives as they sit today, Alternative 1 is the no-build Alternative 5, which is a 1-lane, high-occupancy toll-managed lane network on both 495 and 270. Alternative 8 which is the two-lane express toll lane managed lane network on 495, and a one-lane express toll lane plus the HOV on 270, so it's a combination thereof. Alternative 9 is two-lane high-occupancy toll managed lane network across the Beltway and 270. 10 is a two-lane express toll lane network on 495 and 270 plus one HOV on I-270. So it's a combination of high occupancy vehicle and express toll. Alternative 13B is a two-lane high occupancy toll managed lane network and a reversible lane network on 270. And 13C is a two-lane express toll lane managed lane network on 495. Express toll lane managed reversible lane or plus one HOV on 270. So it manages that existing HOV network that's out there today and adds another managed lane option. When you look at the fundamentals of price managed lanes today, they provide travelers with the opportunity to use a specific lane with a reliable, reduced travel times. Drivers can choose to pay the toll of the price managed lanes, and the tolls vary based on speeds and throughput, and drivers may choose to also stay in the free lanes who do see a benefit. We've seen some benefits proven in our system today on 95 north of Baltimore, where there is consistent benefit on the free lanes as well. All unrestricted free lanes will remain free today. We've made that commitment. We're maintaining that commitment. So what's there today? Any capacity that would have a priced option to it will be new capacity. The unrestricted free lanes are considered general purpose lanes. Experience around the world has shown these general purpose lanes experience less congestion. What I had referenced earlier was the 12% reduction in the general purpose lanes that we have seen on 95 on the express toll lanes north of Baltimore. So reiterating back to where the Secretary had referenced in the beginning of the presentation, without the P3 option, we're thinking innovatively, we're thinking differently, and trying to bring other resources to the table because we simply just don't have resources to add these options to the table. If Maryland devoted its entire capital expansion budget to delivering price managed lanes, the system still would not be built till 2045, and we just couldn't do anything else across the state. So the state debt is limiting us. Our toll revenue cash flows still result in a $1 million funding gap. So we've evaluated all of these processes. We've evaluated whether there's something that could be done with the Transportation Authority. We just don't have the right structure to be able to do it. The P3 allows Maryland to leverage private capital to deliver a price managed lane solution without a funding gap. It's a solution that has been delivered all over the world, and we believe with its connection to the transit-oriented development around the Beltway, connection to the Purple Line, connection to the CCT, and we're working with WMATA on their bus network. We believe it creates a good multimodal choice network across the system. If we look at the additional benefits, it's whole life cycle cost analysis planning. I probably live in that world a lot, more than many, in trying to really look at the investments that we need to not only keep the pavement, but line striping and lighting and signals and everything across the system. I'm sure it's no stranger to the county, some of the drainage challenges that we've had to deal with. Those are some of the system preservation issues that we really need to deal with. But if you look at that $1.7 billion investment that we would need into that system, that's money that we just don't have today. We're looking at innovation and design. We're looking at doing this project much differently than we ever have, and looking at taking a footprint of land and saying, bring us your solutions to fit within that footprint, incentivizing and prioritizing. We're looking at the risk transfer. This is transferring the risk to the private sector in a manner where they make their investment, and the growth, the risk is on them. There's really no exposure to the state. This is a little bit about the structure and how we're going to do this, but essentially working through the MDTA, who has the legal authority for any kind of priced managed lane system today. So we work through them in an agreement and work through the developer and with no recourse debt to the state. There'll be a variety of funding sources. TIFIA is a federal funding source, private activity bonds, and then the equity, which is really the limitation that we see in our system. Go ahead.
Greg, let me add something to this, and that is to help explain what happens. in the case of a failure of a P3 project, and there have been 2 or 3 in the United States in which the revenue from tolls did not meet their expectations, and the concessionaire declared bankruptcy on that project. What happens in that case is that the equity investors lose their investment. It goes away. But the bondholders that are still in place step in, take over the operation of the project, and operate it so that the bondholders will receive their monies back. So the states have not stepped in. The states have not had to step in. The states have not put any money into those after that has occurred. And the fact is that they're under these no recourse, no guarantee from the states. The projects work just as they were intended. The equity investors lost their money. The bondholders came in and continued to operate the toll roads. And they continued to be available to the public. The public noticed no difference in their operations, and the states put nothing into their operation. So it's important to note that in the few cases where they have not worked as anticipated, the state has never had to step in and put money into those projects. That it was totally contained within the investments of the firms and bond holders of the debt of that project.
Great. As we go into some of the additional benefits of the program, let me first start with workforce economics and environment. With an estimated $9 to $11 billion construction cost, we're looking at supporting numerous jobs across the region. These are not only construction and maintenance operations jobs, but we're also building a program opportunity MDOT, where we're looking at mentoring and developing minority business, disadvantaged business firms to help them across this program. We're looking at job training. We're looking at fair hiring practices and wages, and intense and comprehensive programs for business development. We're creating this new partnership. We just had a strategic planning session on that, and we've been continuing to engage industry groups about that program, so we're really excited about that one. From an economy standpoint, due to the nature of the work, the large portion of the construction, operating, and maintenance expenditures will stay in Maryland. This is a regional benefit project from an economic activity standpoint. More efficient and reliable travel along that system will greatly help the free-flowing commerce across the region, where we're seeing a tremendous amount of some of the top bottlenecks in the nation identified in that capital region when it comes to freight. Environment, as part of the NEPA process, we're actively engaging citizens, businesses, federal, state, local agencies about the impacts of the P3 program, how to work with us along the way. Based on the results of the process, the P3 program is designed to completely avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts. If complete avoidance is not possible, we're working to incentivize and prioritize our private sector. I touched on that a little bit earlier, where we're looking at this footprint of land and really working to our private sector to bring in innovations. That's what's different than what we've done before. Instead of this fully baked solution, we're bringing a footprint of area and looking to the private sector to really use some of their innovations across the globe and fit it in those tight spaces. And the vehicle emissions component of congestion compared to work zone, rush hour, and free-flowing conditions, slower speeds create higher speeds generate much better air quality in the region. So we're looking at some of those benefits as well.
I would like to add what our view is on workforce and the opportunities we have to work with minority businesses and disadvantaged workers. When I was in Missouri, we undertook a project in the St. Louis region on I-64 and had an intense activity around providing opportunities, true opportunities for career development for disadvantaged workers, and reaching out to the minority businesses to give them opportunities within that project. It was hugely successful through cooperation with and coordination with the religious community and the churches within the area, the labor unions, training schools, and the contractors themselves. We were able to put together a program that COMTO, which is the Council on Minority Transportation Officials, labeled the Missouri model, and since that time have been promoting that model around the United States as the way to actually engage the community to provide opportunity. It's my desire that with this program that we're going to be able to have an even more intense focus, and that we are going to be able to do it over a longer period of time because of the length of the project. Excuse me. Sorry, I have a sinus infection here. And so that my desire is that COMTO will start talking about the Maryland model rather than the Missouri model. So this is going to provide us, I think, a chance to change a lot of people's lives and giving them a trajectory different from where they're at now.
Great, thank you. And just a little bit on the process, kind of timeline components. Once the P3 is designated by the Board of Public Works, the way their P3 law is written is essentially you go to the Board of Public Works, you ask for you lay out some parameters, you ask for permission to pursue a P3, and then you start your pursuit, and then you go back to the Board of Public Works once that's complete with a solution that is within the parameters that was in the original designation. So once that is designated, then MDOT and MDTA will implement a robust, fair, and transparent solicitation process for the P3 program consistent with the P3 regulations. It will include multi-step solicitations, what will include industry outreach, where we're engaging them on some of those innovative solutions to get the best and most innovative and most qualified professionals as part of our team. And then we'll execute P3 agreements, certainly all subject to Board of Public Works approval, based on best value, and demonstrate how their solution is going to provide the solution that we're looking for here in Maryland, and their solution is most advantageous compared to others. So thank you, and we're here for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation. I want to acknowledge that Rockville Mayor Newton is here with us this morning as well. Welcome. Of course, all the lights are on, so there's a lot of questions here. Let me just quickly ask, I guess, one particular question that I know we've heard quite a bit from our constituents, and it has to do with the issue of the current right-of-way usage. And although what we have heard constantly from SHA is that you will, quote, minimize to the extent feasible any impacts. But that's really stopping short of saying that, we'll be staying within the current right-of-way to complete the project. Can you share with us, just generally speaking, understanding that, of course, the actual alternatives have not been chosen, nothing is finalized, but just in your general process right now, where are you with that? And then secondly, the issue of community engagement. Obviously, we all know that more information is always better. And that, many times, especially with a project of this size and as complex and with all the impacts and consequences, et cetera, it is important to, I think, err on the side of having a lot more community engagement than just going through the usual required process. So can you comment a little bit on those two items that are obviously linked?
Yes, Council President. So the issue of right-of-way, we cannot say that we will not extend beyond the existing right-of-way as a flat statement, because we know there are places, for instance, in Greenbelt, as an example, in which they want, from all indications, an interchange to make available to them the metro stop and the TOD development that's been footprinted there within that region. in order to create an interchange, we have to go outside of existing right-of-ways. So there are instances like that where we will have to go beyond the existing right-of-way. There are areas that are currently, there are no residences or businesses in locations where it might be beneficial to utilize some of that space. And we don't know what that would be until we see the proposals that come back from the concessionaires that we'll be proposing. But it has been made clear from this council as well as Prince George's Council, from legislators and from the governor, that minimizing going beyond the existing right-of-way is absolutely preferable. What we will be looking at as well, and has to be considered too, is, well, what are the costs of staying within the right-of-way versus potentially going beyond the right-of-way, but not taking homes or businesses. So those will all come in as a factor, but I believe that when the proposals are ultimately presented from the concessionaires, we will see proposals that greatly minimize impacts to adjoining homes and businesses. We are putting together a selection process that will, just as the governor said, incentivize as well as prioritize the not taking of homes. And so that proposals that come into us that would be taking homes will have a significant financial penalty assessed to it. So again, it's our desire is to meet these requests of the public and to again fit within the footprint that will be developed within the record of decision. And then the other proposal,
Community engagement, I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry.
obviously, this is, such an important proposal and of a great concern to our residents. So do you have any plans to go above and beyond what you may have already, established as your community engagement calendar or activities? Given that there's such interest, would you be willing to obviously add to that and expand that effort?
Absolutely. And I need to point out that the process that we've been going through has been an even more open process than what is typical for an EIS, in that we have made information available that typically is just sort of dealt with behind not a screen, but the process itself is with cooperating agencies and is done internally to staff before it emerges to the public. The approach that we have taken is that we have provided information earlier than what typically would be done, and I think that's caused some confusion with the public and others as to what exactly is going on and how fast things are proceeding. So the steps we have taken so far, I believe, I think we're behind the curve on being able to reach out to the number of community organizations that we would like to. We have recently compiled a list of 700 neighborhood associations and community organizations, and we have started now communicating with them as far as there's a video out now that helps explain the environmental process, and there is a link to the additional website that provides that, as well as how to reach out and to seek presentations. So our intent is to be greatly engaged with the community to answer those questions, because quite frankly, there's quite a bit of misinformation that's been presented that I think we need to be able to clear up.
Well, we would like to be partners with you on that. Obviously, this is a county that, prides itself in having a very active and very engaged community. I spent 9 years in Missouri, and I know that there's a lot of community participation there as well, but I can tell you that Montgomery County is very unique in that way, and we really do want to partner with you very actively to amplify the information, because I do believe that, of course, the more information that we're able to share and the more questions we're able to answer, then the smoother the process. But there are obviously still a lot of very important concerns that are outstanding, and we look forward to partnering with you to do that. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and Mr. Slater and Secretary Ron, thank you very much for being partners with my office when it came to a lot of projects in the Up County. I represent the Up County, starting from North Potomac and Montgomery Village, going all the way up to the Frederick County line. And so certainly your office has been very supportive when it comes to ensuring the safety at a lot of different intersections and road projects in the Up County, and I appreciate your help with that. Let me pick up where the Council President left off. Community engagement. Currently, you have 3 meetings, public workshops planned in April. Where are the locations for those meetings?
Mr. Rice, it's on page 2 of the packet, at the top of page 2. Saturday, April 13th is at Pyle Middle School. Wednesday, April 24th at Eastern Middle School in Silver Spring, and Thursday, the 25th at Wooten High School in Rockville.
So we have Rockville, Bethesda, and Silver Spring. Do you know what the largest area of population in Montgomery County is?
It's,
I'll answer it for you. It's Germantown.
Okay.
Over 100,000 residents. And Germantown is also on the I-270 corridor. And so it's puzzling to me as to why we wouldn't have a public workshop for the location that would be, if incorporated, the second largest city in the state of Maryland, and is right on the I-270 corridor. So could you help me to understand that? And if you plan to have a meeting in Germantown?
We can certainly explore that. We were looking at locations strategically around the entire system and facilities that were available, those types of things, but we can certainly explore that.
I would actually more than strongly encourage you to consider that, considering again that 100,000 residents are in Germantown and we're on the I-270 corridor.
So we will.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Ron. I appreciate that. Now, when it comes to right-of-way, there have been some questions about right-of-way, and there have been some very confusing and conflating things that have come out. And so, Secretary Ron, I want you to be a little bit more specific. I know that you alluded to some of the things via 495. It's my understanding that with I-270 and the widening of I-270 and going with the county council's position that has always been 2 reversible lanes on I-270, that we have the current right-of-way for that project. Is that not correct?
That is one of the options that's being
Right.
studied within the NEPA process, and it's my belief that there are a number of solutions and alternatives that can fit on 270 without requiring the taking of any homes or businesses.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And that's one of the things that I, again, wanted to highlight that's very interesting. And I certainly understand the combination of 495 and 270. I drive 270 every day. My wife, who drives 270 to 495, drives it every single day. So we know all too well as a family about the congestion and how it extends beyond 270. That being said, it's very interesting that you decided to couple going the direction that you did as the primary instead of considering what the council had proposed in our letter to you, which was a sequencing that started all the way from Frederick going to the American Legion Bridge. If you drive that road, you know where the majority of the congestion lies as you're trying to alleviate congestion on 270, and that's going towards Virginia. And so certainly, while I agree that the American Legion Bridge should be a priority, in fact, Virginia made it a priority on their side, why we wouldn't wouldn't have 270 and the American Legion Bridge as our top #1 priority kind of befuddles me. So could you please give me some of your thoughts as to why we decided to go in a different direction in terms of sequencing?
Certainly. The program that we are looking at encompasses Frederick all the way down to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge over to the American Legion Bridge. We are viewing this as a system, and starting with the American Legion Bridge, which is clearly a choke point, we are starting with phase 1 and very quickly following up with 270 and then the remainder of 495 that's being studied. There is minimal difference, frankly, in ultimate delivery time when we look at phase 1, phase 2A, and phase 2B. It's a logical progression along the Beltway and then up I-270, and from a system approach, it makes the most sense to us. We are not choosing to do one and not the other. We are doing both 270 and 495 around the Beltway. So for us, it is a very logical choice from the development and delivery of a system approach.
So let me just say, and I want to follow your logic because, again, as I stated at the beginning, there's a reason why I did my questions in the order that I did. Germantown has 100,000 residents. Clarksburg is at 25,000 and quickly growing and should be built out very soon in the next 5 to 10 years to about 40,000 residents. That's 140,000 residents, of which minimal access when it comes to mass transit, which means every single one of those folks is either forced to use our ride-on system or to try and use MARC, which we've continued to ask for help for, and I'll touch on that in a second. But when it comes to cars, the majority of those people are driving, as are the folks in Frederick. And as I said, my district buttresses all the way up to Frederick. And so, of course, my relationship with our Frederick delegation is one that I know and see the growth that's happening there, Urbana, all the way up to Frederick City. And so it's interesting to me that we would put that as the last in terms of the scheduling or priority, when in fact, wouldn't it be better for us to address where the traffic is coming from and where the majority of those people are hopping on to I-270?
So the answer is no. And the reason for that is from 370 north to Frederick, the traffic, while it is very frustrating to those people who are using it, is still not at a volume that can pay for itself with the addition of express toll lanes.
So you're telling me that you don't believe that folks will utilize a toll system in the Frederick to Montgomery Village area?
Oh, I think they will use it, but there will not be enough people using it to cover the cost of the construction of express toll lanes. That's why we need the concession fees that will be paid on the first portion of 270 and on 495 to provide the gap funding to 270 to Frederick.
Secretary Ron, what you just told me is incredibly puzzling, and I'd love to follow up with you afterwards. We don't need to debate this here, but I can't imagine that you'll have more folks who will be able to utilize, and my understanding of the toll system would be that it would be a distance traveled, similar to what we have on ICC. The longer distance means the people who pay more, i.e. the people coming from Frederick all the way down going into DC, going into Virginia, would pay the most, and so they would pay the most freight. So your statement doesn't make sense to me. So I'll look forward to certainly following up with you afterwards and getting some of the details when it comes to it. So that brings me to the next thing when it comes to toll estimates. There's been a lot of question as to what sort of modeling you'll be using. And so from my understanding, the congestion pricing model that was very problematic with Virginia is I had heard was not one that you were considering to be a part of this RFP process with the concessionaires. Is there a restriction on that? Are you giving guidance to concessionaires in terms of saying that you did not want the congestion pricing model and looking more towards something similar to what we see on the ICC? Or are you open to all different kinds of pricing models?
Okay, I'm not sure where the idea came from that we would not utilize congestion pricing on the express toll lanes. The only way that we can guarantee that they flow freely is, again, to price the lanes to regulate the amount of traffic that goes into them and manage it as it continues through. Comparisons to the I-66 tolling in Virginia is not really accurate, however, because they added no capacity. All they did is, in essence, toll the single occupant vehicle
Right.
and allow them to utilize the HOV lane, which and during rush hours, that portion of I-66 is total HOV. So in essence, what it did is made legal what people were doing illegally, but they added no capacity. And so for us, there will be, I would anticipate, there will be a cap that will be established with some sort of proviso that the flow of traffic will provide an opportunity for it to exceed a soft cap, if necessary, to keep the traffic moving within the express toll lane. We've not gotten to that point that we have worked on any sort of an algorithm that would allow for that. We've been looking at other states. Texas, I think, is a good model for that in how they have addressed keeping traffic moving within their express toll lanes.
Well, I really want to say that I appreciate you being very open and saying that all things are pretty much on the table at this point. I just hope that we use the guidance of Virginia and some of the things that we see that are incredibly problematic. And I'll tell you why. You know, this council is working on an equity policy. And so for me, there are a number of different things that I take issue with how we've structured this so far. Because what happens is that in Germantown, that's one of the most diverse areas, not only in Montgomery County, but in this nation. It also is incredibly diverse, not only in terms of ethnicity, but also in socioeconomic status. The majority of those people also drive because there is no mass transit access. When you've taken out the CCT and pushed that outside of the 6-year plan, folks who were hoping to have some sort of connectivity towards Shady Grove don't have it, and so they have to drive. And so you have many people who are driving very affordable vehicles that can't, who've stretched themselves thin by just affording those vehicles, and then can't afford to drive on those high occupancy toll lanes to get to some place expediently. And so from that perspective, I just hope that you consider those things as you're looking through this process and look through them with more than just a lens of profitability for the state and for concessionaires, but also look at it in terms of a policy of what we need to do to try and make our people's lives better. I know that's what you believe. I know that's what you try and do because you've worked with me on projects like that before. I just hope that we do that when it comes to this project as well. And I thank you for being here and answering my questions. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. Council Vice President Katz.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Slater, for being here today. I, too, have several questions. I'm going to try my best not to repeat what the other council members have already talked about, but I have to tell you, to start off with, it is truly very disheartening to hear when we've heard a significant, clear promise from both the governor and from you at the road show, where you said that no one's home was going to be taken and no business would be taken, and now we're using terms like minimizing to the extent feasible. We're using terms like this would be preferable. Candidly, Mr. Secretary, wouldn't you do that on any project? Wouldn't you say that you're going to minimize any home and any business on any project? And that's not what you said here.
I believe that 495 and 270 are special projects that will receive an incredible amount of effort to prevent going beyond the footprint that we establish from the record of decision. And even beyond that, we will be doing everything we can to encourage, incentivize the proposers to, again, accommodate our desire. In the end, we need to have a system improved, and we need projects to be delivered. I can tell you that this is a level of concentration on our part that goes beyond anything that we would typically do. A typical project for all manner of application, if it impacts homes, we would try to negotiate with the homeowner and to acquire that home if it was deemed necessary. For us, we're saying our priority number one is to avoid the home, and that is not typical.
Well, there again, I understand your point about that you need, in Greenbelt, you might need some flexibility. I have many friends in Greenbelt, but we're concerned about Montgomery County and especially 270 from my district, and of course 495 affects many other people as well. So I understand your answer. I don't like your answer, but I understand your answer, and we're going to continue to work with you as best we can to come up with other solutions. For the whole idea of mass transit, the fact that mass transit is not in these discussions at this point, we've individually seen suggestions about monorail, and you know, when I first thought of it, and I know many of my other colleagues thought the same thing, that you figure monorail, you know, this is just a Disney event, but it wasn't. It was an impressive presentation, and it goes from Frederick to Councilmember Rice's thoughts, all the way down to the Red Line, Shady Grove Red Line, et cetera, and then parts over to what would be where the CCT, Carter City's Transitway line could be. And this isn't even involved in this. Have you had any discussions at all about the possibility of monorail?
So we, to state that we have not considered transit within this program, I think totally ignores the fact that the Purple Line is under construction, and that the Purple Line
But that's
is
not on
a
270, in all fairness.
Well, that's not 270, but, I mean, we have had and are making a significant investment in transit, as well as the additional funds that are going to WMATA. So the approach that we are taking, I believe, has a very heavy emphasis on transit. However, and I do want to answer your question about monorail. I've not seen a presentation on the proposal for monorail. However, I have responded that we are open to any transportation that can pay for itself and be a no net cost to the state.
Well, this one, what we saw, the presentation, there again, it was a presentation, but it was, what I saw individually was a P3. And I have to tell you, I was extremely impressed. I didn't know walking into it that I thought that I would be extremely impressed, but I was. So I encourage you and your team to please see the studies on monorail. You know,
who is that? Could you tell me who it is that's...
We'll send you the information.
Would you please?
So,
Yes, because
yeah.
they've not approached me.
Yeah. Yeah. Believe me, we're more than happy to get you there. You use the term shockingly innovative approaches. Why don't you use the term shockingly innovative approaches that stays within the existing right-of-way? Why don't you use those terms? Why don't we say that in Montgomery County on 270, and there again, and 495 as well, but I'm particularly concerned about 270 as it comes through my district. Why we would continue, the people that live next to 270, they cannot fix up their homes. They don't know whether they can sell their homes. You have put them in a terrible position. From a business standpoint, a business as well. We a couple weeks ago, there was a major discussion, a major gathering of people who one after the other said, look, we we need to have answers, and we thought we had them. We thought when the governor and you said that about the going to stay within the existing right-of-way, and now we're using terms that says we're going to try our best, but you're not being fair to the people who are being directly affected by it. And that in itself should be it is a concern to me, and I know it's a concern to you personally, but I believe it should be a concern for the department as well. We need to get people to a place where they can feel comfortable in their own homes and in their own neighborhoods.
The sooner we can get through the NEPA process, I think that will be the first step in being able to give people comfort in what it is we are looking at. And then secondly, once we receive proposals back from concessionaires, that would be, in essence, that's when we will know. Right now, we are looking at proposals to be received next, what? Summer? Next summer,
Next summer being
2020.
2020?
2020.
2020 something.
So we are going through this process. We're doing it thoroughly, but we're also doing it as quickly as we can for a number of reasons. We keep looking at 2025, and we keep seeing what the region is looking at, and therefore we know we need to be aggressive in going through the steps that we have to do. And everything I've seen, we are doing a good job of getting through these steps. So by summer, roughly just over a year from now, we should be able to provide that comfort to those people. Everything I have seen from our estimates on 270, again, on 270, I don't see any areas in there that we would have to take any homes or businesses.
Another constituent sent me an email about the major gas pipeline that goes through and goes, I guess, under 270, that backs up to the retaining wall at I-270. I'm assuming that in your engineering and whatnot, that you're aware of that, but they're extremely concerned, as they should be, about that major pipeline, and that the homes in that area were built in around the 1970s in some cases, and that they would have been built to the code at that time. And of course, that, it certainly wouldn't have been built to a code that was going to withstand an earthquake. And now the traffic and whatnot, with the truck traffic and other traffic, 270, there's certainly a vibration that takes place there. And can you give any sort of an answer on whether or not you were taking all of that into consideration? And I know there's retaining walls there, but does the retaining wall take care of those additional vibrations, et cetera?
Okay. I don't know the specifics of the retaining wall that you're referring to.
Yep.
But we do know that throughout this entire corridor, there are utilities of all sorts. There is a WSSC line underneath 495 that's 84 inches, huge. So we know that utilities are a factor throughout the corridor and will have to be addressed in some way, whether that means lowering them, rerouting, or whatever that might be.
And in that same, while you're looking, please, there's a water pond, where the bridge, which allows Route 28 to cross over 270, and to the entrance ramp on I-270 South. And it's part of the water management system. And there's a creek and other waterways there that goes into Wooten Mills Park. And you need to please double check to make certain that nothing would flood and all of those. I know that your engineers would do this, but this is extremely, obviously it's a concern of all of us, but it certainly is a concern of the property owners and the people that live there. You said that you're planning to do the environmental study of 270 south of 370 in phase one and postpone 270 from 370 north to Frederick, as Councilmember Rice was talking about. But there again, that biggest bottleneck is where 270 narrows north of Gaithersburg. And there again, Gaithersburg is part of my district as well. It's a different kind of concern from there up. I mean, there's different lanes, numbers of lanes that are there, and certainly the city government there, as it goes through Gaithersburg, is going to be working with you, I know, and continue to work with you. But adding more lanes in the southern corridor, first, is only going to increase the bottleneck going north. And so I have to agree with and I agree with him fairly often, but my good friend and council member Rice, that to me, that makes little sense. So I think you should at least re-examine that, please.
I need to re-emphasize that the time between 2A and 3A, and even let's go 1 to 2A, right, is going to be very, I mean, they're going to succeed each other quickly. The delaying of I-270 north of 370 is again, we are starting here with a notice to proceed in April for the NEPA process going north, and we are undertaking improvements to this entire corridor very aggressively. And so it's, I don't believe that we have an unusual or unnecessary delay in us addressing 270 north of 370.
And because I know all of my colleagues have many other questions, I'm going to have just one last one, and that's historically expanding I-270. I was born in Gaithersburg, so I've seen 270 change its name a couple times, and the widths and the number of lanes change. But in the 80s, 270 was terribly congested. The highway was widened to its current configuration in 1990. And everybody predicted that this was going to take care of congestion until, this was from 1990, until 2010. It really didn't work that way. And however, by 95, traffic was again getting worse, which we all know. By 99, traffic was worse than it had been projected in 2010. By 99, and what evidence do you have now that what you're suggesting is even going to work?
Okay. What you're referring to as well, when you see the traffic that has grown along 270, is that we've seen quite a bit of economic development within that area and north. And so that traffic did not magically appear, right? There's a reason that traffic was generated. So being priced managed lane is how we will manage the lanes that are there and ensure that they offer an option to people for a relatively free-flowing option along 270 and on 495. Absent price managed lane, those lanes would fill up with the continued growth of the region. So it's the magic piece to this is going to be the nature of price managed lanes.
Well, I can say that we hope that we're going to have economic development in Montgomery County like you've never seen before. So I don't know that your suggestions, without the monorails, without the other mass transit, and I believe Carter City's transit ways should be built. I don't believe it should be built in the configuration that's being suggested today. And I believe that, in fact, I know that the county executive, when he was county council member, was working with me on trying to change that. But I continue to want to work with you directly to make certain that we can have a better life for everyone in Montgomery County, especially coming through that 3rd district. But I can also tell you that we need, in order to work together, we really do need to work together and listen to each other. I've been to the listening sessions, and candidly, I was not impressed. I wanted to be impressed, but I wasn't. I felt that we came away with very few answers and a whole lot of, well, we'll get back to you. So, and we haven't gotten back, and nothing's been gotten back in many cases, not in all cases. So I thank you for being here. I know this is not the most pleasant day you've ever had, but candidly, you probably shouldn't have a pleasant day in Montgomery County. We have great concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for joining us today. This is the first time I'm able to have a conversation with you, sitting here as a member of the council in an at-large capacity, but I've attended numerous forums throughout the county over the last year or so. And a few years prior to that, I read a book called Traffic by Tom Vanderbilt. You're nodding, Mr. Slater.
I know it well.
You know it well. We've both read it. And for those of you who have not read it, Chapter 6, Why More Roads Lead to More Traffic. What I have concerns with this proposal because what I think is going to happen, which historically has been alluded to has happened, is that residents are going to continue, or future residents are going to move here, move to Frederick County, move to Washington County, thinking that they will have a clear path down to Washington, D.C. or anywhere else they need to go because of these promises that are being made. And history has shown us that we can't build our way out of this problem. And so I have a few questions. As has been mentioned by my colleagues, part of the proposal is for only widening I-270 up through Shady Grove. And at that juncture, we're then really getting from what's proposed to be 16 lanes of traffic down to 4. Talk to me about how that is not a bottleneck in and of itself.
First, I think we need to recognize that we have our innovative congestion relief project that is underway today, should be delivered totally in when?
I think by the fall.
The fall of this year?
Yeah.
Okay, so by the fall of this year, we should see the implementation of our short-term, and I stress short-term, solutions to the traffic congestion on I-270 to keep the traffic moving as best we can. We know that by itself, what we have done, again, will have a limited benefit of life for us. So we are attempting to address the flow of traffic. The idea that says more roads brings more traffic, absent economic development and population growth, I don't believe constructing roads would generate more traffic. I think the traffic that we are seeing, we are not leading to the growth of traffic. We are responding to the growth of traffic is what we are seeing today. Because the logic would be if more roads causes more traffic, then the opposite of that should be true too. Less roads should mean less traffic, and that doesn't play out. We as a region, I think, for many decades have thought that eventually people will get tired of congestion and they're going to move to transit. And it's not happened. People have, for whatever reason, have chosen to remain within their vehicles. And where we are seeing the impacts of that today are from apps like Waze and Google and others that are taking volumes of traffic through people's neighborhoods. And we are seeing heavy traffic going in front of schools, parks, and residential streets that it was never designed to have. And so what we are hoping will occur with this construction is to actually bring traffic out of those neighborhoods and back onto these roads. So we actually hope we see more traffic where it should be rather than where it shouldn't be. The statement that says we're going to have this bottleneck going from 4 lanes to
16.
whatever 16. Obviously coming down, that won't be the bottleneck, but going up there will be, and that's why our proposal for this program goes all the way to Frederick. We know something has got to be done within that area. We have to be able to pay for it, and that's why it's sequenced the way it is. So yes, we're going to see bottlenecks and we're going to act as quickly as we can to alleviate that bottleneck.
Well, and as my colleague, Councilmember Rice said, I don't think the sequencing makes sense, but you said it's all about the money. It's not about what makes most sense, right? Okay.
So,
Moving from I-270 down to the Beltway, traffic already backs up along the Beltway for drivers who are trying to get off the ramps and onto some of the state roads. But does your promise include capacity for those off-ramps? Will Maryland Department of Transportation require tolls for any additional off-ramps to get onto any of those state highways?
I'm sorry. Let me touch really two parts of the question. So, no, the only priced capacity would be capacity on main line. There wouldn't be any kind of ramp access toll or anything along that line. But as we get into the really detailed traffic and understand exactly where the movements are, we would look and see what capacity would be needed, whether they are on the ramps themselves or storage of queues, those types of things. It's also important to note that we're working around the system today to upgrade our signals to our smart signal program and create a more adaptive arterial system in this network approach.
Okay. And a follow-up to that, the additional capacity that will be on these roads and getting off the ramps, how do we manage that capacity growth on some of the state highways?
So we have to, one, find the best way to balance that. So it's balancing access points, but also creating efficiencies in those signal systems. So, you know, it's managing the system and maximizing the operational capacity that we have out there today. But certainly understanding what we would like to do is get much of that traffic back onto mainline, and as well as balance those access points, and then create the most efficient system possible through our technology solutions.
See, our expectation is that we will see an improvement of flow on arterials minimally. So our estimate is somewhere between 2 and 4% improvement in the flow of traffic. Quite honestly, neither you or I could sense a 2 to 4% improvement. But the reality is you shouldn't experience worse traffic than what we're seeing on the arterials.
Okay. A point that has been raised, and this will be my last question for you. Just last night, the State Highway Administration had a presentation to the Up County Citizens Advisory Board. And when asked about the taking of homes and taking of private property, it was SHA that said it was not the intention to do so. You, Secretary Ron, have elaborated a little bit more today, but last Labor Day, your boss, Governor Hogan, said, quote, "I can assure you we're not taking homes." So, Secretary Ron, my question to you is, can you commit to upholding Governor Hogan's promise that no homes will be taken?
We have been directed to incentivize and prioritize not taking homes.
And so what you had said earlier was that there will be within the proposals, there will be a disincentive to take homes. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if all the proposals come in with the taking of homes, that's the only option that we have?
We will have to thoroughly evaluate the proposals that come into us. In our conversations with potential proposers, they have told us that they can avoid homes, but that it will have a substantial cost. And again, avoiding homes in their numbers were very small, very small. So we will further incentivize them to take that approach to not take homes.
I'll say this, Secretary Ron, you in your opening remarks, you said there was global interest in this project. And I can understand why there's global interest in this project, because what we have here is private companies building toll lanes, gained through what I expect to be the seizure of private property. That's why there's global interest in this project. And I have fundamental disagreements with that type of governing, quite frankly. I don't think it's in the public interest to fill the coffers of private companies in that way. And I live 3 blocks from the Beltway. I hear it every day. I hear it every night. My neighbors are worried. People are scared about their homes, about what's going to happen. They are scared about the additional capacity that'll be pouring onto Colesville Road, Georgia Avenue, Connecticut Avenue, Rockville Pike, all of these state highways that will have additional capacity, and how we manage other priorities like Vision Zero when you have more cars speeding down those roads, which are already unsafe. So I think this quote-unquote solution to the problem of traffic mitigation throughout the region only causes more hardship, more concern, more fear among the residents who live along these corridors. Thank you for being here today.
Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to Secretary Ron and Administrator Slater for being here. And I think you can certainly hear the passion from my colleagues, which I think reflects accurately the passion and interest in some of the questions and concerns in the community. And I think that that is important. So I appreciate the opportunity for us to have this lively discussion today. I appreciate your taking the time to come meet with me and hear some of the concerns and questions and feedback from this particular project, and also speaking about the MUTCD and the engineering standards and our additional goals of allowing us to move towards a Vision Zero future, and appreciate your interest and willingness to work together on that as well. I don't want to reiterate a lot of the comments that have been made here. I did want to just share a couple observations. One, the comment that the Council Vice President mentioned about the term shockingly innovative. I think there is some concern, and understandable concern, about using the term shockingly innovative when we are not talking specifically about transit alternatives. I don't think there's a shockingly innovative approach to transportation that doesn't at least include as a core part of the study transit. And so I hope that that will, that word, I don't want to get rid of shockingly innovative. I'd like to keep shockingly innovative and think about how we can allow the rhetorical use of the word match the reality of how we move forward with this project. And I think you would find, as you saw in the feedback that we've shared with you, that there'd be a lot of support and a lot of interest in working together with this body on that end. There's also a couple terms I just wanted to highlight: the revenue at risk for the concessionaire and the no net cost, and the term, I think it was those who choose to use it. And I appreciate that, and I think that from a fiscal standpoint, that is appropriate. But the concern that I have, and I think the understandable concern that many have shared, is that those who choose sounds like those who can afford to pay for it. And the risk that we run of Lexus lanes, of hugely costly lanes, and a increase in those who can and those who can't afford transportation opportunities in Montgomery County, throughout the state, and frankly, throughout the country, becomes even more acute. And so I just wanted to share some concerns there, that I share your interest, and I think we all share your interest in addressing these transportation challenges that are extremely costly in the most cost-effective way possible. But ultimately, some of the safeguards that you've talked about come with consequences. And I think earlier when you had mentioned the question of what happens when there are defaults, which have happened on P3 projects, and you and I actually, I appreciate, have worked on a P3 project when I was a staff member at the Board of Public Works working on the Purple Line. And I think as you now have the black and blue marks to prove, P3 projects come with challenges for government administrators, and they are not always easy. And so when the bondholders, as you mentioned, take over, the safeguards also go away. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more about the caps and the soft caps that you mentioned and what that would mean in reality, because I think besides the right-of-way issue, which, I represent a district and live inside the Beltway, and I was born at Holy Cross Hospital, and so I certainly can, I live every day the reality of what this could mean to real families, and so I share the concern that you've certainly heard here. But if you could just talk a little bit about what you'd mentioned, soft caps and caps, and what that would mean in reality for users.
So the first thing I'd like to clarify is that if it were to come about that the bondholders take over the operation of a defunct toll road, the conditions that were placed on the original concessionaire do not go away. The bondholders still have to operate the facility according to the contract that we will have with the concessionaire. Those conditions remain in place. So whatever controls that we place on it will still be in place. The issue of who benefits when other people use the express toll lanes, I think it's clear from experience all around the United States is that people in general purpose lanes benefit as well as those that are in the express toll lane because of the reduced traffic, and again, the numbers that Mr. Slater has produced, which show a 12 to 14% increase in the flow of traffic on the general purpose lanes that remain. The other is that only wealthy people use express toll lanes, and the fact is that there are very few people that use express toll lanes all the time. They are used normally for express reasons, people that need to get somewhere for a specific reason. And what you will find is in the evenings, mothers or fathers that need to pick up children at daycare would prefer to pay a toll and get to the daycare prior to having to pay a penalty for the late pickup of their children. Parents that want to get to sporting events, lacrosse or soccer or whatever for their children. There's a lot of reasons that people want to get somewhere with some reliability and are willing to pay for that, and it does not necessarily mean only people that drive a Lexus. And I think Virginia's got quite a bit of information about who is using their toll lanes. And I need to state, again, my opinion is that we will not need to take homes. I believe a proposal will come to us that does not take homes. I believe that. But we have to provide for the proposers a viable corridor for them, and then they will provide the design that meets the goals that we have established. I believe that there will not need to be a taking of a home.
I appreciate that. I just want to talk quickly about, there's several mentions that you made, and I appreciate about transit-oriented development, about a multimodal approach and the interest of the administration to do that. I appreciate the mention of the CCT and also the Purple Line. I think slightly different, but appreciate particularly the mention of the CCT. I would hope that we also include as part of, just like the Purple Line runs alongside parts of 495, Mark runs alongside 270, and we had a long conversation recently at our Planning, Housing, and Economic Development Committee about the dire need for Mark service expansion. It is totally insufficient service for what is required, and I think there are a few things that would be as transformational from a transportation standpoint than a single trip ride from Montgomery County to Virginia and to DC for commuters. And so I would hope that as you think through this multimodal approach through this process, particularly in the 270 part of the project, that MARC service expansion be a key component of that, just like you're thinking about the CCT and are considering additional investment in order to make the CCT a possibility.
So, Council Member, you've raised the issue of transit a couple of times now. So, what I would like to address is that there are no transit services that can essentially carry their own weight. They require subsidies and ongoing subsidies. Just as we see on the Purple Line as an example, is that there is a $149 million a year availability payment that's going to have to be made by the state to the concessionaire. As we have gone through the NEPA process, there were a number of things that we were wanting to accomplish for the purpose and need of these improvements. One of those was that the project needed to pay for itself. As we said, we don't have those resources. That we don't have a transit option that pays for itself. Next is that we need to address the need to move goods and services. And again, that generally means that's going to mean trucks. And we don't see boxcars on the back of transit,
I think that's totally fair. Just two quick observations. One is that we have a service-based economy. Most of our economy is based on people, and so our goods and services are largely moving people from where they are to where they work, and so I think that is a key component to it. And to the point of subsidizing, which I totally agree with, it's one of the challenges of transit. But we have to rethink this because we subsidize roads every day, and have always subsidized roads every day with taxpayer money. And so I think we need to. We subsidize all forms of transportation from the public perspective with taxpayer monies, and I think we should, I appreciate it, but I think we need to think through it that way. Every time we pave a road, we're subsidizing auto travel, which I don't think is necessarily a negative, but it's a reality that we face. So I started with a thank you. I want to end with a thank you and a final question. The thank you is, I think it was on February 10th, you were in Carter Rock Springs. The department was pretty well represented in Carter Rock Springs for a very robust conversation there as well. And I'm a big believer that if government wants to do the big things, and this definitely could be considered a big thing, we have to prove that we can do the small things related to this project. And one of the things, besides all of the comments that you've heard here about house taking and right-of-way and transit and Lexus lanes and some of the other issues that you heard here, you heard about the issue with the sound barrier related to the elementary school. This was a promise that was made to the community that was not fulfilled, not necessarily your promise that was made, but a promise that was made nonetheless by the state. And I'm hoping if you could talk through whether or not you're able to fulfill that commitment, and whether or not moving forward that those types of commitments of sound barriers to protect the communities that are impacted, not just from the taking of their property, but the impact of having fast-moving cars closer and carbon-emitting vehicles closer to where they live, and some protections for them.
First,
go ahead.
absolutely. Thank you.
The thank you was directed to you, Secretary. I guess the substantive question was directed towards the administrator, as perhaps it should have been originally.
That's quite all right. But so let me first reference the specific instance at Carter Rock. So I have to get some more details on the sound wall itself, but I know we're working with them. We're going to be out there this spring to do some increased plantings in some areas that there was some vegetation cleared. I've been coordinating with them over the last few weeks, and we're going to be out there as soon as the weather breaks. We're hopeful that the weather has broken. I'm cautiously optimistic about the weather right now, but I think we're going to be out there relatively soon to plant some of the areas. There was a little bit of a visual buffer when we were clearing some of our invasive species, so we're working with them on replanting that area. But I can certainly follow up with a specific instance opposed to that noise wall. But in terms of the project itself, the project will go through all of the required noise, air quality, stormwater analysis, and requirements that we would go through in any project.
And are you willing to commit to the decibel levels being part of the environmental impact study as part of that?
Yeah, we will work through our noise policy and process just like we do, and it's, I don't have the decibel right here in front of me, but certainly.
Well, I appreciate the follow-up, and like I said, appreciate the strong presence that the department had at that particular meeting, and I hope, as the council president and several of my colleagues have mentioned, that you make a proactive effort to be as proactive with those community meetings and opportunities for the community to comment as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hooker.
Thank you, Madam President. Gentlemen, my colleagues and you have done a good job of knocking out a lot of my questions, but unfortunately for you, I have a few more. You mentioned stormwater, Mr. Slater. Do you all plan to make a stormwater payment appropriate to the, under the Montgomery County, like any other project in Montgomery County, if this moves forward?
I'm
I know
sorry,
the-
can you repeat?
The Beltway wasn't, there's no stormwater payment, I think, right, associated with the Beltway currently.
Correct. So, yeah, we were going through, we consider this redevelopment. We'll be going through our normal stormwater process as we do.
Okay. I mentioned I didn't want to harp on the process that got us here, but I do want to ask about your understanding on the process going forward. I served in the General Assembly when the P3 law was passed, and at the time, everyone understood that, one, we were in the middle of the Great Recession, and private financing was really the only route to get a major project like the Purple Line financed. And two, it was passed with the understanding that to get something as important as the Purple Line passed, we were going to follow this unusual financing approach because it had the support of the governor and the General Assembly. It was not designed as a way to give the governor a path to get a major project built without the support of the General Assembly. And so here we are. You know, we're eager to hear more details, but as we move forward, and actually it took years to get to that point. You know, Purple Line was very controversial around here, and now it's less so now. But it took years to get to the point where it was supported by the county executives of Montgomery County and Prince George's County, the unanimous support of the county councils of Prince George's County and Montgomery County, and the Montgomery and Prince George's Senate and House delegations. So now you have a proposal on the same P3 path that doesn't enjoy currently, to my knowledge, the support of any of those local elected officials. And I guess I wonder, do you feel the obligation to seek the support of those bodies before moving forward, or will you pursue this without local support from the council and our county executive?
We are committed to working with the council, with the delegations in Annapolis, in both counties. Actually, I need to be saying all three counties that are impacted by this. And we will be working together to try to deliver a regionally critical project. And
I like the sound of that, but will you wait for our support before moving forward?
we want to work with you.
That sounds like a no. Okay. We all want to reduce congestion, but it's important to understand where the congestion comes from in the first place. Mr. Slater, you mentioned the Beltway study from the 1980s. Has MDOT done a recent origin-destination analysis to determine the root causes of congestion on I-270 and the Beltway? How many of these are local trips? How many are supercommuters? How many are long-distance drivers?
So we're doing that regional detailed traffic analysis now to understand access points, those types of things. So we've done, so for instance, 270, when we did the Innovative Congestion Management Project, we did some pretty extensive traffic on 270. But what we're doing now is more of this regional traffic and understanding that origin destination, understanding where people are coming from, where they're going to, where their access points are, those types of things. The good thing is today we live in a world, there's a tremendous amount of data. So, we have that origin destination data, but we also have
For the Beltway?
I'm sorry?
For the Beltway?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we have origin destination data, we have probe-based data, we have all kinds of different data sources that we're bringing together into that regional model to understand not only traffic flow, but operations. Some of the limitations that we have in traffic models today, for instance, we can't get down to hour by hour, but we can do it in kind of 3-hour blocks, those types of things to understand things. But as we get more detailed into that traffic analysis to understand a lot of that origin destination, we can certainly share that information.
Thank you. I was going to ask that. We would love to see your data. We would love to help share it with the community to allay people's concerns and answer that question that keeps coming up. And absent that, I mean, I think to a lot of our public, understandably, it feels a little bit like a doctor prescribing medicine without doing a diagnosis first, and we want to avoid that. We talked about how none of your screened alternatives include transit, but none of them also, that I see, address the exits. And right now, today there are long backups to get onto Connecticut Avenue, to get onto Georgia Avenue, to get onto Colesville Road, every evening, every morning. Is there any value in shortening commuting times, moving down 495, to put those drivers in a longer queue sooner to exit 495? Or do you have a plan that I haven't seen to include exchanges as well?
So where we're focused is one, trying to balance those access points. So where some of the, I'll say, confusion is taking place is because we're not putting a lot of detail. We're looking for private sector detail in the proposals. We're trying to balance those. So the key is, one, maximizing the efficiencies in the arterials, but also balancing that. A great example is outside of this project, but the new interchange that's under construction today at Watkins Mill. That's an interchange that really is not only going to, it's really focused on helping the traffic volumes around those interchanges, 117, some of those other areas, and kind of balancing that. So it's really about those access points. And then as we go into that further north, there's a number of master planned access points that will be part of that conversation as we move forward.
Okay, so you will in the future include exchanges, but they weren't part of the pre-solicitation.
Right. So the project that we have today, we assumed the existing access points that were there today and looking to balance those as we go.
So you mentioned relief on these arterials, 2 to 4% reduction in traffic on state arterials in the vicinity of the exchanges. How do you achieve that specifically?
So first, that's a 2 to 4% over a 24-hour period. So the peak hour percentages of traffic relief in those arterials will be much different. So essentially what that does is it takes the surrounding system and takes traffic that as part of that, and that's on that surrounding system, and puts that back onto 270 and 495. And now I think 495 probably has more parallel routes and alternatives than 270 does, but looking at those systems and the way traffic models work is they go trip by trip, and they look for the shortest path and then find that. So what we're finding is as we add capacity onto 495, for instance, the model runs will not put part of that traffic on a parallel route. It'll put it back on 495.
Thank you. I heard what you said about the reasons not to compare this to I-66, but your screened alternatives appear to have a lot of similarities, to my eye, to 495 express lanes in Virginia. Is that accurate? You're both nodding.
Yes.
Yeah. So looking at your screened alternatives, and specifically regarding hot lanes, isn't it likely you're going to add more than one? Because engineering best practice would say you have to have a passing lane in the express carriageway as well as the other carriageway, right? So alternative 5 only has one hot lane. My guess is, tell me if I'm wrong, that that's not going to happen. And it's really 9 and 10 and 13, B and C that are more likely.
Well, we know what works best, right, which is 2 lanes in each direction. But we're awaiting the results of the NEPA study to tell us, can we fit 2 in?
So again, that makes them more similar if we go that direction to what's happening in Virginia. And the numbers I've seen from VDOT, their express lanes only about 10 to 15%, they say, of Beltway users travel in the express lanes, about 26 to 40,000 vehicles a day out of 240,000 total, and they're paying an average toll of $5.40. So they expect it to be decades before the concessionaire is paid off there, right? And if we follow the same model, on what timeline do you expect our concessionaire's costs to be covered by this project?
So this will be a 50-year concession, and the concessionaire will have their magic black box that will tell them how they deliver this project over what period of time and recover their investment. We're not involved in how they make their calculation, and we do know that things, for instance, like TIFIA loans, they're not allowed to pay a dividend to themselves until the TIFIA loans are paid off. So there would be no return other than the ability to make debt payments along their schedule until the TIFIA loan is paid off.
Well, thank you for that. I walked in this morning concerned, wanting to ask these questions because I was concerned about the exposure of taxpayers in the event of bankruptcy, and you told me earlier today, all of us, that we shouldn't be worried about bankruptcy. So that question was answered. Which were those states where the bondholders came in and covered the costs?
Texas and Indiana.
Okay, thank you. Another nearby example, the I-95 express toll lanes northeast of Baltimore. Those are funded and operated by MDTA with state bonds rather than a P3 agreement. What was the rationale to go with the P3 arrangement on this project rather than the way we did in Northeast 95?
MDTA does not have the financial capacity to take on a program of $9 to $11 billion. It just does not have the means to do this. And so that's what forces us to go to a P3 arrangement.
Okay. Back to Virginia. The soon-to-be-opened I-395 lanes in Virginia are operated by a private concessionaire, and they're going to be required to put in $15 million a year to improve transit, is my understanding, in that corridor. Will you mandate a similar arrangement with our concessionaire chosen to build any toll lanes on 270 in the Beltway?
We will be asking them within their proposal to reflect how they are willing to invest in transit.
The Virginia Express lanes allow HOV3 motorists to travel on those lanes free of charge. Will MDOT mandate that HOV motorists be allowed to use our toll lanes free of charge?
That will be a part of the proposal that comes in from the concessionaires.
Okay. And then also on the Virginia Express lanes, HOV3 motorists travel for free, but the Commonwealth has to reimburse the concessionaire for lost revenue if the HOV usage exceeds 35% of the vehicles in the express lanes per their agreement. So will MDOT avoid an agreement in a P3 contract that would allow the taxpayers to pay a private concessionaire for an HOV use, which is obviously a social good?
I would say yes. We would not enter into such an agreement.
You wouldn't? Okay, good.
We would not.
All right, I think those are my questions. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I happened to wipe out Councilmember Reamer from the list, so I'm going to turn to him first.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Thank you for coming here today. You've responded to many inquiries. I wanted to ask about the gap financing that you've mentioned and the no net cost to the state. Is that, when you say no net cost, that implies that the state would be repaid for its investment, essentially? Is that what you're explaining?
Yes. So what we are looking at, we are having to spend money now for consultants and advisors to put this together.
Right.
So it is, our expectation is that part of the concession fee that we will be receiving from whoever the successful proposer is will in fact be reimbursing us for those costs that we've invested. And then whatever again, on those sections or those phases of the program that are the most viable, meaning very healthy projections for usage and revenues. Those concession fees will then be used to provide the gap funding for those sections that will not, that are not as viable. Using 270 North as an example, the volume of traffic there does not support the cost of the construction and operation of
The volume of
those
cars,
trains.
I think,
the
might be
volume
the
of cars.
more technical way to explain it, because the traffic is pretty bad. It's just the volume of vehicles.
Yes, I'm
Is that
sorry.
accurate?
That's a better way to state it, is that the volume of vehicles cannot support the cost of construction from 370 North. So we will have to take concession fees that we have received and apply it towards this gap funding that we fully anticipate for 270 North.
Okay. As you have just explained, and I'm really starting to understand now, not to be crude, but the big money is in the connection from 95 across the bridge. That's where the regional traffic is coming, and that's where the toll revenue is coming from. Is that a accurate characterization?
That, along with 270, are both projected to have strong toll production.
Right. 270 has toll production, but not enough to finance its own construction north.
But 270
Okay.
from 270 from 370
from
down
370 down.
through the split is actually projected to
Be revenue positive.
To be, yes, healthy revenues within that area.
But nevertheless, it is in phase
That's
2A.
2A, yes.
And phase one is from the bridge all the way to 95. So you capture that regional traffic, trips from New York to South Carolina or from Baltimore to Northern Virginia. And then that throws off enough money to get started on, well, but is it self-supporting from the bridge to 370 then, or is that still not quite self-supporting? Is that what you said?
No, that will
self-supporting.
support itself. Yes.
Okay. So the main point I wanted to emphasize, which is in the letter that we've just sent to you, there are many, many important points, but I'm concerned that this project doesn't really have a strong transit strategy to connect Montgomery County to Northern Virginia. And I understand the rationale that you've explained as to why you proceed with what you've proceeded with, and I'm not saying that I agree with it, but I follow your logic. And you've said that, well, the lanes would be open to transit vehicles, and you've talked about doing something which, from my perspective, was always a state commitment, which was something to do with the Quarter Cities Transitway. But that doesn't actually help Montgomery County residents in their need to connect to Northern Virginia if they looking for an alternative to driving. Doesn't help enough. And a solution that we've identified is to allow bus rapid transit vehicles not only to use the lanes, as you've explained, but to get in and out of the lanes quickly. Because if the buses are stuck in a long queue to get onto the lanes, then the travel time is rather extended. And we would like you to build into this strategy, setting aside other disagreements that we may have as well. But we would like you to build into this strategy lanes from major destination points in Montgomery County so that our residents not only have a driving connection that you would create through this, but a transit connection. And again, it's not enough to say that the transit vehicles could use the lanes because the trip time isn't really advantaged over the toll time. And so it's not much of an alternative. I know it would cost probably several $100 million to add special ramps, but you could take the trip time from Shady Grove to Dulles to 30 minutes for those vehicles. And there's no transit that can do that, because the red line is an hour and a quarter with the red and silver. And, you know, the mark isn't, that doesn't run to Tyson's, and the purple line isn't in that part of the quarter. There's a talk about a new purple line to Tyson's, but that's, you know, that's for another day. I think we really need your help connecting with Tyson's and Dulles with transit. So would you be willing to explore with us this idea of creating into your project special access so that we could have a BRT transit system integrated?
So the answer, yes, we can look at what that would require, but again, the number one priority is to get in place system improvements. And so a portion of a project is not going to resolve what we are seeing as this regional congestion that we are attempting to address. So any proposed addition to this program that makes the project financially unviable is just something that could not be incorporated into it, again, because we don't have the resources to add to the project. And what we've seen in Virginia in a number of their cases, you know, they have added hundreds of millions of dollars to their projects. We don't have that.
The Virginia state has subsidized those projects with hundreds of millions of dollars. Is that what
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
But do you really know yet that adding in more infrastructure to support public transportation would make the projects financially
We don't.
unviable?
That's why, I mean, we will look at what could these features add as far as costs, and whether in conversations with proposers, they can give an indication prior to final proposals.
Okay,
Proposals.
just to restate, I'm concerned that if your project proceeded as you've outlined, that if you wanted to take transit from Gaithersburg, Rockville, Clarksburg to Tyson's Dulles Corridor, that you know, your choice isn't attractive, and really you're left with sit in the traffic or take the toll lane. And the traffic is going to be a little bit better in the non-toll lane than it would be without it, according to your presentation. But
Correct.
it's still going to be worse than it is today, if I'm interpreting from that. You know, that you're projecting against a no-build scenario, so it's still going to be pretty bad. So, you know, I don't know that that's enough of a solution. So we would like to explore with you a real transit connection to Northern Virginia, so that, because there's thousands of people who are commuting daily, you know, and we need to provide an option for them. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you for your dialogue today.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Council President, and Secretary Ron, Administrator Slater. Thank you for the marathon session here, you know, and sticking with us. I was the one that sent the water your way, so hopefully you appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you very much.
If you need more, let us know. Just a couple of questions, and my colleagues have asked you many things I'm concerned about, but I want to highlight in on a few. And I'll start with just a little bit of story related to my life, because I think it's helpful for residents. I grew up in Long Branch area of Silver Spring, which is where the Purple Line, very close to where the Purple Line is being built. And for much of my early life, I took public transit every day with my mom, bus to work for her, school, on the weekends. And it was a big critical component to my life. And now, you know, fast forward 30 plus years, I married way up, and my wife's a lawyer, and I ended up getting through law school somehow too. And I literally drive a Lexus, and is one of my vehicles. We have a Ford too, so you know, it's a fuel-efficient Ford for the environmentalists out there. And I live near the ICC, right near New Hampshire Avenue, exit to ICC. And I take it from time to time to get places more quickly. And since it's been built, I have never seen it crowded. I've seen a lot of Lexuses on it, and BMWs and other things. And what I'm honing in on here is I did a little back of the envelope math and on what it could cost with these lanes, depending on who you are. And a lot of people don't know Montgomery County, we have many, many residents that are struggling to pay for childcare, cost of housing, to get around, transportation being obviously in there as well. And so if you're talking about $2 to $5 a day to your daily budget, $10 to $35 a week, $40 to $175 a month, $500 to $2,000 a year. For someone making $40,000, that could be up to a 5% increase in their cost of living if they wanted to have access. Again, they have to make a choice, but access to some of these lanes. And I'm concerned that the benefit, my previous council member Reamer mentioned wants you to look at the costs of transit, but you also look at the benefits of transit. And adding that into the plan, I'm concerned that this plan is inequitable in the way that it's set up, and that many people won't have access to these lanes. I know you mentioned that in Baltimore you saw a 12 to 14%, I think, reduction in the general use lanes. But what I'm finding from my personal experience and from what I've with the ICC is that people are not accessing this. We have excess capacity on some of these toll roads. And it actually works the other way. I think many people, you mentioned the Waze apps and Google Maps, where now one of the features on there is you can select avoid tolls, right? And I am also concerned about excess capacity flowing over into our streets and making it safer and harder for us to implement Vision Zero. And so I actually think the building of these toll lanes can actually incentivize more traffic on our lanes, on our private roads and community roads. And I'd like you to respond to that, because to both questions around how we're concerned dealing with the equity issue of people who can't afford this, and are we not just creating, I know you pushed back a little bit, but these lanes for people who want to get through quicker, like me now, not me when I was a kid, but me now, and people who can't afford it, and then address the issue about the actually perverse incentive in my view of using these apps to avoid, because you don't want to pay that extra money, to actually crowd our local roads.
Okay, thank you. So you used the term correctly, which is these ETLs are by choice. No one is forced to use these, and from what I am told, very few people use these every day. Yeah, in fact, it's interesting to me that I was told that for the most part, they're more popular in the afternoon than they are in the morning. So I would assume that means more people are interested in getting home at night than they are in getting to work in the morning. But
that would make sense.
Yeah, but it is a personal choice, and the idea that they're available to even someone on the lower income scale that has children. Again, I use the example of children in daycare. I know that when our children were in daycare, it was a $20 penalty if we were late per child to pick them up.
Sure.
And so it would have been more than worth, the investment of using an express tolling to avoid a $40 penalty for late pickup of my two children. And so people will use these when it makes economic and life choice reasons for them. And I don't believe the idea that by having the express toll lanes that would actually drive people to the neighborhoods that Waze and such will take people to, because otherwise you would still be, if we don't build these, that traffic is still coming, and they would be on the existing general purpose lanes, which will remain in place and available to the public once these are constructed. So I don't believe that the idea that building these would actually drive more people into neighborhoods. And it is our absolute desire to get them out of neighborhoods.
Well, I understand you don't believe that, but like I was saying with the ICC, it's empty a lot, and it costs a lot of money to build. And again, you're forcing people to say, do I want to pick up my kid and pay $20 later, or do I want to pay this extra money a year on my transportation costs? And then we as public officials here, and inclusive we, the governor on down, all of us, I think our job is to say, we don't want to force you to make those types of choices. We want to provide many options, and we want to provide transit options, and we want to make it so you can get around, and we want to protect our environment. And we, it hasn't been mentioned enough today, but and so we don't want to encourage bad behavior. We're going to have to move away from carbon-emitting vehicles, and I know electric vehicles, that energy comes from other places too. And so we have to do all these things and think about them in a holistic context. And I understand in the short term, $2 is better than $20 late fee, but I think that's a false choice. And we need to be embedding transit options into this plan at a minimum to give these multimodal options. And I think the way the ICC operates, it's operating in largely a way that benefits people who can afford to use it. And so I think that's a significant concern. And I would echo my colleagues' comments that please investigate at a minimum adding the BRT and seeing how much that costs, because I think we've made an investment here in that system. We're obviously along with the Purple Line as with you, and I think we need to be looking at these multiple options. If I would use this scenario a lot. If I loosen my belt, and I have 4 kids now, and this happens more either year, I'm going to fill it up. If I go one notch, I'm going to fill it up pretty quickly. And Councilmember Katz mentioned this as well, of how quickly we fill these roads up, and the estimates are always wrong. And we've spent all this money, we've given away the right-of-way, we've taken homes, we haven't helped our environment, we've raised costs on low-income families, and then we're sitting here 5 to 10 years from now, what do we do? And so I just think we need more options. So thank you for being here. You can respond if you'd like.
I was
Thank you.
concerned that you were saying that if I open my belt, I've gained weight again. That's what I was.
I think you all, as well as us and others, I remember, and I think a couple of you have been subjected to my quote before, but one of the few things I can remember verbatim from college was the definition of government was the allocation of limited resources towards insatiable wants. And so that's what you deal with all the time. That's what we deal with. There are many things that are desirable, especially when we talk about transportation in general. There are an unlimited number of things that would be great to have from a transportation perspective. But it's that limited resources and allocating those, and that's what we have to do. And so transit we've supported it, we've made that investment, and we've made a very large investment for what the Transportation Planning Board has estimated that by 2040, we might be up to 7% transit usage within the region. So we are making huge investments for 7%, but we're addressing, we have to do something for the 81% that are utilizing vehicles to get around. And it's, again, limited allocations. I can't say that anything that's been mentioned as far as transit would not be desirable. It would be, but it always comes back to how are we going to pay for that?
Thank you.
Councilmember, can I say one quick comment?
Yeah, because I want to do
10
a time
seconds.
check. We have a couple of bills that we need to deal with, so if we could begin to wrap up.
I will. Thank you for your disposition here. Thank you. Thank you for that. The other thing, community engagement. We have a lot of our community members here, and I'm just going to say 10 seconds, and you can respond if you'd like. Add the one up county. I'm glad you committed to that, but make sure they're meaningful sessions. When you made the comment that you're engaging the community, people don't feel engaged. I've been to some. It's a lot of talking at. There's not really opportunity for engagement. I suggest that you look at the way you structure those sessions and to have them be more interactive. And if you need guidance, we do a lot of community. We can help with that. But that's just something I just wanted to say because people care. It's impacting this community greatly, as along with our neighbors. So we need to really work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Albornoz?
Thank you. I'm going last here, hopefully not least. But I want to thank you, Secretary Rahm. You do have a difficult job. There are a lot of competing interests across the entire state for very worthy and viable and important transportation projects. And so I do appreciate you spending the amount of time and resources broadly in the development of a system through the National Capital Area and obviously here in Montgomery County. I am a first-time council member, and I used to work in the executive branch. And I will say, when this proposal was initially rolled out more than a year ago, my colleagues in the Department of Transportation at the time, and I don't want to put them on the spot, were really concerned about the lack of information that had been shared with them then. And so I certainly hope that there has been an improvement since then in the coordination and communication. But I think the entire manner in which this proposal was rolled out certainly left a lot to be desired and created a lot of the understandable mistrust that I heard throughout the campaign trail over the last year. I was in more than 100 living rooms as part of the campaign process, and people recognize that the congestion that exists on 495 and 270 is leading to quality of life issues, and they want solutions. But I and a number of people have always felt like this particular solution is a 20th century solution to a 21st century problem. And I haven't heard a lot this morning that makes me feel differently than that. I appreciate the willingness and openness to look for radical solutions. You've got us there for sure. But I do believe that connecting the Purple Line to this particular project doesn't satisfy the transit options that I certainly had in mind, and I'm not sure what level of analysis there has been to prove that the two projects working in tandem will greatly diminish and relieve some of the congestion that people are feeling now. So I think if moving forward you could more clearly link those two projects and the proposals, that would certainly be helpful. The other thing is all of the discussions and conversations we're talking about right now are, I would say, a little bit more long-term. There will, if they do happen at all, they'll happen certainly before my kids go to college. They're all really young right now. But I think, are we looking at shorter-term solutions such as reversible lanes that could be enacted more quickly and relieve some of the congestion that people are feeling now? If you could start by answering that question, I'd appreciate it.
Yes. So that is one of the alternatives that's within the NEPA study that is ongoing.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that. And then one final point, because I'm starting to get hungry and we have a lot more to do here this morning. The lack of the feeling of transparency and the connection to communities, I just want to put one more plug in. Almost a third of our county residents speak English as a second language, and our council and our county has been very intentional about when there are public sessions to ensure that they be available in the most commonly spoke languages so that people feel connected. And so I would encourage your office to please do that moving forward, in addition to adding the additional sessions in other geographic areas of the county. I think that would be important.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Hucker, you can close us up.
I won't take any more time, but again, gentlemen, we really, we're grateful for you to be appearing here. We know, like Matthew Whitaker said, you're appearing voluntarily, not under subpoena. And we hope you'll come back more often and have these interactive sessions with the public, like Councilmember Jawando said. I mentioned that it's, I think, a misuse personally of the P3 process to move forward without the General Assembly approval. And we also, as a council, don't have a voice in the NEPA process, but we rely on our Planning Commission staff to do that. I wonder if our able Planning Commission staff have anything to say based on what you've heard today before we adjourn.
I would just, Carol Rubin for the record, I would just like to add one thing that I haven't heard today. I keep hearing about the commitment not to take homes and businesses, but from my perspective, my home is important because of the community I have around it, the other facilities, the community facilities, the parkland particularly. And so committing not to take homes, it puts more pressure, and businesses, there's been no indication that it's not going to put more pressure on those other facilities that are so important to make a home. And taking someone's yard doesn't take their home, but it does take their home. It impacts that value. So I really would like to see some clarity in that kind of a commitment.
All right, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you being here, all of you being here, Secretary Ron and Administrator Slater. This is a very, I think, robust conversation, and as you have heard before, the more that we can, commit to this type of exchanges, the more that we can have meaningful community engagement, I think the better off we will all be as we move through this very complex and necessary process. But really, truly do appreciate spending so much time with us this morning. And I also want to express my appreciation to all the community members who are here this morning as well, listening to this exchange. With that, I think that what we'll do.
Council
did you have
President,
some closing? Yes, please.
may I just close to say
Yes.
thank you for this much time for us to be able to exchange and answer as many questions as we can. And I would just say that as Council Vice President had said that this was unpleasant, I would say it was exactly the opposite. I have found nothing that you have done or said to be unpleasant, and in fact, I've enjoyed this opportunity to be here with you today, and we are available at your request to return.
Thank you so much. So because we ran a little bit, through, I think what we'll do is adjourn, go to lunch, and then come back for public hearings, and we'll do the legislative session after that. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a public hearing on corrective map amendment H-130 for the Tacoma Park Master Plan to correct technical errors that occurred inadvertently and resulted in 3 split-zone parcels along Carroll Avenue and Tacoma Park. A Fed Committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, March 25th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business on March 20th. There are no speakers for this hearing. For everyone scheduled to testify today, but we don't have any speakers, please bring copies of the testimony to the clerk. This public hearing is closed. Agenda item number 7. This is a public hearing on zoning text amendment 19-03, commercial residential zones, animal boarding and care. This CTA would allow animal boarding and care as a limited use in CR zones. A Fed Committee work session on this CTA is tentatively scheduled for Monday, April 1st. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business, March 26. And for this particular item, we have Ehsan Motazedi, Casey Anderson, and Rebecca Pugh. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Motazedi. Can you please press the button at the base of the microphone?
I'm
There
sorry.
you go.
I should know by now.
No problem.
Good afternoon. My name is Ehsan Motazedi. I'm the Division Chief of Zoning and Site Plan Enforcement with Department of Permitting Services. And I'm pleased to provide testimony this afternoon on behalf of County Executive Mark Eartridge in support of Zoning Text Amendment 1903, Animal Boarding and Care in Commercial and Residential Zones, which is intended to allow animal boarding and care as a limited use in CR zones. In the county's urban centers of Bethesda, Silver Spring, Wheaton, and other growing communities, the construction of multipurpose commercial and residential projects has increased the residential population over the past 19 years. Accompanying the increase in families living in these urban centers are pets that serve as companions to these families. Veterinary services, pet grooming, and pet daycare services have been on the rise alongside the increase in the number of residents making these urban centers their home. However, one service that has been identified as a need but not being sufficiently met is the need for animal boarding and care. In CR zones, business operators are required to obtain a conditional use to provide these services to local residents. The conditional use process places an onerous and costly burden due to additional costs and delays required from a formal hearing process. This places business operators at a disadvantage when obtaining leasable space. Additionally, the barriers created by requiring a conditional use are counter to the transit-oriented development policies associated with the CR zones by requiring residents in this mixed-use zones to find the services elsewhere if they are not available due to regulatory hurdles such as conditional use. ZTA 1903 would change the use from a conditional use to a limited use. Animal boarding and care business will still be required to satisfy existing standards intended to protect residences from nuisances by requiring soundproofing and the hours animals are permitted to be outside, and also assign setback requirements from residential zones. In conclusion, County Executive Elrich requests the adoption of ZTA 1903, animal boarding and care, in commercial residential zones so that those living within the zone have easier access to a common service associated with a household. Thank you, Council President Navarro and members of Montgomery County Council for this opportunity to submit this testimony on behalf of County Executive Elrich, and we urge the County Council to approve ZTA 1903.
Thank you so much. Mr. Casey Anderson.
Thank you. The Planning Board agrees with DPS. Just want to emphasize that animal boarding under these circumstances would require soundproofing, require setbacks from any detached residential uses in the vicinity, and prohibit animals from being outdoors between 7 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning, so it should be minimally disruptive. But we agree with DPS.
Thank you. Rebecca Pugh.
Hi, my name is Becky Pugh, and I'm the owner of
Can you please
Bonjour.
move your microphone so we can hear? There you go.
Okay. I'm the owner of Bonjour Inc. in Bethesda. We have been in business for over 34 years and in Bethesda for 25, and have enjoyed quite a lucrative business in grooming and have wanted to expand for the last, I guess, 5 years, and have begun looking 3 years ago. We have found a wonderful space at 4922 of Delray Avenue, and we started negotiations and found out that we would have to go to zoning to look for a special use permit. And then we found out in our visit that it would require a signed lease, and then to go forward, it would almost take 5 months, which would be almost prohibitive for most small businesses and landlords to work within. And we sought the help of government officials, and our team found Councilman Friedson and County Executive Elrich, and we're very happy after speaking with them to find out about this zoning text amendment. We're super grateful and cannot thank Councilman Friedson and County Executive Elrich enough. What a difference this amendment will make in the relocation of my business and for other businesses like mine that are small. Small businesses are very important, making Bethesda a more enriched area, because without them, they will look like anywhere USA. After review, discussion, and what we are confident will be a positive result, we sincerely request the council consider moving the Fed review from April 1st to March 25th, holding the final county vote April 2nd. Again, we're extremely grateful to the county executive, Councilman Friedson, and the entire county council to bring forth this change. We look forward to seeing you at our opening in October. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with no lights on, we're going to move on to item number 8. Thank you. This is a public hearing on Bill 2-19, Health, Lead in Drinking Water, Schools. This bill would establish a county lead limit for a drinking water outlet in a public school in the county, require remediation of a drinking water outlet in an occupied public school building with a lead concentration greater than the county lead limit, and generally amend the law governing the action level for lead in drinking water outlets. A joint HHS and Education and Culture Committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Tuesday, April 2nd. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business on March 28th. If you would like to follow the progress of a council bill, the council website has a subscribe function. Go to the council website and use the View Council Records and Legislative Updates link to learn how. All right, so for this panel, we do have Victoria Buckland, Travis Simon, Fania Younggarber, Laura Stewart, Brian Block, Diana Conway, and I see that our delegate, Jared Salomon, is here as well. We've added him to the list, and so we will start with Victoria Buckland.
Thank you, Council President Navarro and distinguished council members. I'm Victoria Buckland, Acting Director for the Department of Health and Human Services. And with me is Chun-Foon Liu, our lead epidemiologist within Public Health Services. I'm testifying today on behalf of County Executive Elrich and the county's health officer, Travis Gales. Dr. Gales was sorry he's not able to be with you for today's hearing. We're submitting this testimony in support of Bill 2-19 that aims to strengthen the standards on levels of lead in school water systems to 5 parts per billion. I'd like to thank Councilmember Hucker for bringing forward this bill to minimize any potential lead exposure to the county's children, and to the Montgomery County Public Schools staff for their diligent work to identify and remediate school water sources with elevated lead levels to the current state standards. The United States Environmental Protection Agency estimates that drinking water can make up to 20% or more of a person's total exposure to lead. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, no measurable level of blood lead is known to be without deleterious effect. This is an opinion shared by many professional organizations, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics. There are no longitudinal studies that have demonstrated what, if any, are acceptable levels of lead exposure or the long-term effects of intermittent exposure to water sources with levels below the EPA standard of 15 to 20 parts per billion. The CDC studies children ages 0 to 6 for blood lead levels. The reason that these ages are the testing levels is due to the significant impact increased lead exposure can have on the child's developing brain and neurologic pathways. Increased lead exposure can impair development of neurocognitive pathways essential to learning and emotional development. In 2012, the CDC established a new reference level for blood lead levels of 5 micrograms per deciliter, down from the 10 micrograms per deciliter level of concern that had been previously defined, thereby lowering the level at which evaluation and interventions, both public health and clinical, are recommended. Evidence from the Maryland Department of Health demonstrate there has been a decreasing trend in percentages of children ages 0 to 6 tested with high blood lead levels at both the state and the local levels. In 2016, the percentage of children ages 0 to 6 who were found to have blood lead levels of 5 to 9 micrograms per deciliter was 0.8% in Montgomery County, which is lower than the state percentage of 1.5%. There's been a long-term trend toward decreasing lead levels in children since 2000. Adherence to the standards set in this bill will continue that trend in Montgomery County because, as was stated earlier, there is no safe level of lead, particularly in children. Thank you for the support of this bill. If you have further questions, we're available to answer them.
Thank you. Travis Simon.
Good afternoon, President Navarro and members of the County Council. My name is Travis Simon, and I'm with SCIE Local 500. SCIE Local 500 represents approximately 20,000 working people in the D.C. region, including the 9,800 support staff at Montgomery County Public Schools. Many of our members also have children that go to MCPS schools. We believe that no Maryland student nor employee should be afraid of getting lead poisoning by drinking water at their schools. For this reason, we strongly urge the County Council to vote yes for Bill 219. We would also like to say a special thank you to Councilmember Tom Hucker for his leadership on this important issue. According to the CDC, lead is a toxic mineral that, when absorbed into the body, can damage the brain and other vital organs. Exposure to lead, especially for children, can cause increased behavioral problems and decreased learning abilities. As alarming as these side effects are, childhood lead poisoning is the most preventable environmental disease for young children, which is why Montgomery County needs to act now to ensure the safety of all MCPS students, faculty, and staff. Additionally, by passing Bill 219, the County Council further ensures a safe and productive learning environment for the most marginalized of MCPS children. Maryland's mandated testing discovered that many of the schools with a large number of outlets with higher levels of lead were located in communities with the greatest number of families living in poverty. These schools serve our most at-risk children. It is unacceptable to expose these students to yet another factor that would negatively impact their learning. One of the county's most basic duties is to provide a safe and healthy learning environment for our students and working conditions for our public school employees. Members of the Montgomery County Council, we can do better and we must do better. Let's make sure all students attending public schools can thrive without the needless exposure to lead poisoning. We ask that you vote yes on Bill 219. Thank you.
Thank you. Fania Young-Garber?
Hello, my name is Fania Yangarber. I am a parent of 2 children in MCPS, and I am also the Executive Director of Real Food for Kids Montgomery and Healthy School Food Maryland, a local nonprofit organization dedicated to improving health and health outcomes of Montgomery County school children. Along with my own concerns as a parent, I am also here to convey the concerns of the over 5,000 members of RFKM who have identified increasing access to safe drinking water as one of our 3 top priorities for the current school year. Last year, MCPS's comprehensive testing of drinking water in all schools found levels of lead above Maryland's standard of 20 parts per billion in a number of schools. 238 fixtures that exceeded the 20 parts per billion standard, and many more that showed levels of lead between 5 parts per billion and 20 parts per billion. We know that 20 parts per billion is way too high, as this bill notes in its amendment to the Health and Sanitation chapter of the Montgomery County Code. There is no safe level of lead for children. We need to continue to reduce sources of exposure where they live, learn, and play. The county's testing of drinking water has been benchmarked against outdated EPA guidance that used a threshold of 20 parts per billion lead in water. This standard was never based on health evidence, but rather what could be achieved at the time when the amount of lead in drinking water fixtures was much higher and children's blood lead levels were much higher. The EPA and CDC have since lowered the lead action level from 20 parts per billion to 15. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends a standard of 1 part per billion. The Washington, D.C. school system uses 5 parts per billion, and Prince George's County uses 10 parts per billion. Last year, the EPA aimed to eradicate lead in our drinking water within a decade. Montgomery County should follow suit and lower the lead action level to 5 parts per billion, a level that would allow us to detect this toxic substance in our water and be able to devise a comprehensive plan to try to limit exposure. At RFKM, we were pleased to learn that last November, on motion of Ms. Ortman-Faust, the Board of Education voted to allocate $2 million to purchase and install an average of 2 water bottle filling stations in all Montgomery County public schools. We support the installation of water bottle filling stations and believe that an updated lead action level would result in more unsafe water fixtures in schools being turned off. We are in agreement with Rebecca Morley, MCCPTA Safe Water Chair, who has stated that the county should turn off taps that were higher than 5 parts per billion and implement designated drinking taps with filters or with verified plumbing materials. We support Bill 219 as the logical next step to ensure that all Montgomery County school children have access to safe drinking water throughout the school day. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Stewart. Laura, can you please press the button there? There you go.
Good afternoon, Montgomery Council President Navarro and council members. My name is Laura Stewart, representing the 40,000 members of MCCPTA. I am pleased to testify today in support of Bill 219. We worked on this lead issue when a parent actually came to me in concern about Lee Middle School, about the very old facilities and their water fountains. And this is actually what kicked my interest off over 2 years ago. In spring of last year, parents began receiving letters notifying them of elevated levels of lead in the drinking water in many schools. I reviewed the test results for every school in the county and was very concerned about extremely high levels in several schools, including my own home school at Einstein, which had one outlet in the kitchen tested at 700 parts per billion. I grew even more concerned when I learned the state standards of 20 parts per billion was based on outdated EPA guidance from its 2005 3 Ts, testing, training, and telling manual. This standard was never based on health evidence, but rather could be achieved at that time when the amount of lead in drinking water fixtures was much higher. Also, when 3Ts was written, children's blood levels were much higher. CDC's level of concern for public health action actually went from 10 to 3.5 micrograms per deciliter of blood. The 3T's guidance has been updated to remove the reference of 20 parts per billion. These concerns led MCCPTA to pass a resolution in September to reduce the action level to 5 parts per billion. We created a safe drinking water task force to work with MCPS officials on the water safety work group to devise a solution. This work has been very fruitful, and MCCPTA is pleased that MCPS is planning to address lead in hallway coolers, classroom bubblers, ice makers, and kitchen water outlets. That should also be extended to the teacher areas where they get water, because fetuses are also susceptible to lead exposure. This plan also considers the unique vulnerability of young children whose brains are still developing and consume more water as a percentage of their weight, making them particularly susceptible to the effects of lead. This bill will assure that all bubblers in elementary classrooms will be turned off at the 5 parts per billion threshold. Last week, I observed a kindergarten class which every single child took turns getting water from a bubbler in a classroom. So I'm happy to see that kindergarten pre-K classrooms will be prioritized for remediation. We heartily support this bill and hope we continue to get our kids' lead levels down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Byron Block?
Good afternoon. My name is Byron Block. I'm a resident here in Montgomery County. My family and I moved here from California about 30 years ago. Many of you may know my wife, Naomi Block, and she had worked for Council Member Dutchie Trachtenberg a few years ago. I think some, but maybe not all of you know that Naomi passed away a year ago from stage 4 ovarian cancer, which when she began the course of treatments, I became, in quotes, like a doctor. And one of the pressing questions was, what on earth causes cancer in so many people in the national epidemic that we are facing, where about 40% of us will get cancer? 40% of us here in America. And we all know, I'm sure, in this room, we all know someone who has or has died of cancer. It affects everybody. I fully, and Naomi fully supports Tom Hucker's bill, and we hope the council, which she loves so dearly, will move ahead. But you have to understand, what you're doing is wonderful, but it is a reaction. It is not proactive. We knew about lead in water and its effects on children many years ago. Similarly, I'm here, and I'm not going to read through my written statement. You have that. I just want to emphasize a couple of very important things, I think. There are a range of toxic materials in our water. WSSC does a good job, but there is more to do. There is a new class of toxic materials that will affect our children and ourselves, called microplastics, for example. It has gotten into our food chain, and many of us right now have some amount of microplastics. And you know how a grain of sand irritates in an oyster and creates the pearl. Well, also, the microplastics are now documented to irritate our cells and lead to then the kind of cancer, runaway cells, for ovarian, pancreatic, prostate, lung, breast cancer, etc. So we need to be proactive. So in the few seconds I have remaining, I'm urging that the council consider a task force to look at the range proactively of what we can do to ensure that our water is safe for pregnant women, infants, children, all the way through the adults and the seniors. There is a lot that we can and should do proactively and not wait 15 or 20 years and say, oh, now we have to do something to get the microplastics or the cadmium or the other toxic materials out of our water. And it gets into the farming system as well. Thank you very much, and I'm here to serve you also.
Thank you so much, Mr. Block. And Our condolences. Naomi was loved by all of us. Her smile still resonates, and I have that vision of her. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Diana Conway.
Good afternoon, excuse me, I was at Annapolis. Good afternoon, Council President Navarro and members of the Council. I'm Diana Conway here on behalf of the Women's Democratic Club, and we're pleased to support Bill 219, and we thank Councilmember Hucker for his leadership. We specifically urge the Council to actually fund the implementation to meet the new standard. The Department of Finance and OMB agree this means a one-time cost of $2.5 million to remediate over 1,300 outlets. These costs are not in the current or recommended budgets, nor are the predicted costs of filter maintenance at $300,000 or future remediation at $800,000. A number of us went through this in the mid-2000s. I was PTA president at Potomac Elementary, built in 1949, recently knocked down. We had bubblers duct taped to run, and we had faucets cordoned off with yellow caution tape. I went back, looked at those results from 2004, 2005. The highest reading at Potomac was 767 parts per billion. That's 153 times your new standard. Rachel Carson Elementary had 36,371 parts per billion as its highest reading, or 7,200 plus times the new standard. I commend MCPS for keeping those records online and working on this. This bill will address the issue, and WDC asks that you fund the bill. One more thing, the American Academy of Pediatrics confirms that the first, smallest exposures to lead are the most incrementally damaging. Quote, for a given level of exposure, lead-associated IQ decrements are proportionally greater at the lowest blood level lead concentrations. In other words, a little dab will do you. There's another source of lead that is in our schools with our children every day, and that is synthetic turf, regardless of the type of infill. Here is a timeline repeatedly proving that there is lead in synthetic turf. 12 years ago, the state of California successfully brought suits against the 3 largest synthetic turf companies on the basis strictly of the dust coming off of the plastic grass. The settlement documents prove categorically that it is strictly about the plastic grass, not the infill, and the dust lead levels were found to be up to 100 times what was then the legal limit. I would also like to say 3 years ago in Annapolis, a guy who's kind of become a friend of mine, the industry spokesman, testified that, quote, yes, there is lead in our product during a hearing on Delegate Aruna Miller's synthetic turf bill. In the intervening 3 years, neither he nor his multi-billion-dollar industry have found time to amend or retract the statement, despite often being in the same room with me and others when we use it in testimony. 2 years ago, a nonprofit research group at Yale University analyzed synthetic turf samples and reviewed industry studies, and again confirmed lead content, found that, in fact, every study that looked for lead found lead in the synthetic turf, and that the studies cited by industry to establish safety, quote, actually show numerous heavy metals, chemicals, and carcinogens in the samples tested, with one study finding lead in one field to be 500 to 1,000 times the lead level of other samples. Which fields is MCPS buying? Which fields is Parks buying? If we don't know, do we have an obligation to ask? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. Delegate Jerry Solomon.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Vice President, colleagues. It's nice to be here in a different capacity. I just want to thank many of you, all of you, for co-sponsoring this bill. Thank Councilmember Hucker for his leadership on this, for coming down to Annapolis and helping push through the bill that I've been working on. Really excited. Last night, our bill, the Lead Reduction and Remediation Act, HB 1253, passed unanimously through the House, and we're hopeful with the help of Senator McCrae, we're going to get it through the Senate. And I just wanted to come today to make sure that you knew this did not mean that was the end of your work. And I just wanted to say that it's because of the leadership of you all on the council that we were able partially to get the bill through so far. Montgomery County is the largest jurisdiction in the state, stepping up to make it clear that we will not accept lead in our water for our children, that 5 parts per billion is the standard that we need to start at to move even lower. That helped us get it through because we can't have the largest jurisdiction protecting our kids while other jurisdictions are not. And there's a couple of key distinctions. Obviously, we're dealing with, school districts that are in different places than MCPS. So our bill put in place the required action date of July 1, 2020. So it's actually next year. So you guys can start immediately, and we know that MCPS is already well on its way to fixing the problems. And we made it abundantly clear in our legislation. You now have access to the Healthy School Facility Fund, which is a $30 million grant that was created last year to address issues just like this. And we make it abundantly clear in our legislation that lead remediation remediation is one of those allowable uses that hopefully by July 1, the Department of the Environment and the Interagency on School Construction will work together to create grant requirements and applications for counties and school districts that have gone forward to do the testing, do the remediation before the required date. And again, you know, in many ways, Montgomery County is leading the state on this, and just wanted to say thank you. We're hoping there will also be potentially funding coming through from the EPA. Our bill also creates a mechanism for the Department of Environment to create a separate grant program just for working on lead issues. And this was, again, a unanimous vote. We had a lot of bipartisan support with colleagues from around the state, and just wanted to say thank you. And I think this is a perfect example of, you know, many of us wanting to work together to make sure that our state delegation is working in concert with the county council to do what's best for our county, to work together to prioritize and fund the issues that we have back here at home. So it's nice to be in the friendly confines of Rockville, and thank you again. Thank you to Councilmember Hucker for his leadership.
Thank you, Delegate Solomon. I really do appreciate your collaboration and everything you've done in a very short period of time, and we welcome you here in the friendly room in Rockville. Thank you so much. All right, so with that, Group B, we have Kiana Cadwallader, David Goodrich. Is Ms. Cadwallader here? Oh, okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Goodrich.
Thanks very much, Council President Navarro, and probably catch up some time here for you. My name is David Goodrich. I'm the board chair for Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Council President Navarro and members of the council, this council has a long history of support for environmental measures. I recall both the council's resolution to divest county investments in fossil fuels and its declaration of a climate emergency. I testify here in support of another environmental measure that also has broad support on the council. Bill 219, introduced by Councilmember Hucker, which would, as other speakers have mentioned, reduce the lead standard in public school drinking water to 5 parts per billion. One of the council's highest priorities must be to protect its citizens, and in this case, its most vulnerable citizens. We need look no further than the events in Flint, Michigan to see what kinds of devastation elevated lead in water can have on a community. The EPA has recently removed its 20 parts per billion action levels, and the Environmental Defense Fund has recommended that levels over 5 parts per billion warrant follow-up. Both Prince George's County and D.C. Public Schools have lowered their thresholds from 20 parts per billion. The next question from the council might be whether acting on such a level is reasonable from a fiscal perspective. Based on the response from MCPS cited in the memorandum to the council of March 15th, 283 outlets have been identified by MCPS as having these elevated lead levels, and they're working towards remediation or taking these outlets out of service. Bill 219 thus represents an action that is both practical and the right thing to do to protect our county students. I hope that you'll consider the bill favorably. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're on to item 9. This is a public hearing on a resolution to adopt Bill 2-19, Health, Lead in Drinking Water, Schools as a Board of Health Regulation. An HHS committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, March 25th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business on March 20th. And for this item, we have Carrie Cook, Cynthia Simonson, and Mr. J. Henry Montes. Okay, we'll start with Ms. Cook. There's a button at the base of the microphone. If you can push that, there you go.
Hi, good afternoon, Council President Navarro and everyone on the council. My name is Carrie Cook, and I live in the best little municipality in the state, Poolesville, Maryland. I'm a parent of 2 beautiful girls, one at Poolesville Elementary and the other at John Poole Middle School. I'm also a PTA leader. I currently serve as the PTA president at Poolesville Elementary, and I'm the newest elected official for the town of Poolesville, serving as a town commissioner. Through all of these roles, I come here today in support of Bill 219. The drinking water in our schools has been a big issue in Poolesville for many, many years, Indeed, children at both PES and Poolsville High School are told not to drink out of the water fountains at all, ever. PES PTA purchased filtered bottle filling stations that are the only water sources administration and teachers encourage our children to use. And of course, at Poolsville High, the high lead levels are symptomatic of the school being almost 7 decades old. It's one of the components that's led to the Fair Access Initiative, which is a push for a much needed new high school and other health and community services. Of course, we know now that even very low levels of lead in blood can cause serious health problems. I'm concerned to learn that the state's standard for lead in drinking water is 20 parts per billion, a standard that's based on outdated EPA guidance. I support the new suggested action level of 5 parts per billion. This is an important change to address the health and safety of our children. And our youngest children are, of course, particularly susceptible to the effects of lead on their brain development. I would also like to see replacement of water coolers with bottled water filling stations throughout schools as a standard. I thank the council and our county executive for support of this legislation. Montgomery County often is and rightly should be a leader on these kinds of issues. This legislation will help our children and our communities. And so as a town commissioner, a PTA leader, and of course my most important job as a parent, I definitely endorse this bill 219. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Sandia Simonson.
County Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. To quote the Maryland Department of Environment, there is no safe level of lead in the human body. No exposure to lead can be regarded as free from potential harm. I agree with our state. And this resolution and working with MCPS to lower the lead levels in our school buildings is important because we can lower the exposure to lead for hundreds of kids year after year after year with this decision. As an officer of MCCPTA, I advocate for many county-wide initiatives that I believe are the right thing to do. But every once in a while, there's an issue that's personal, and lead is personal. In August 2006, I got a call from our pediatrician. I needed to take my second daughter, then 4, to have a venous draw to check her lead levels. The finger prick performed at the office came back elevated. At the time, we lived in 20854, Potomac. A zip code that doesn't show up on the risk areas. We didn't live in a pre-78 housing. She normally wouldn't have even been tested, but we think as part of an effort to jumpstart a new law, some health departments began universal testing, for which I am forever grateful. In August 2006, Claire was added to the database and put on the Maryland Lead Watch List. We spent the next few months overwashing her hands as she touched contaminated soil. We got rid of painted toys and her favorite metal-based jewelry. We checked lead levels at all the key places where she consumed water. And what we found is small amounts of lead showed up over and over. But no one particular source was particularly vicious. We could never fully determine why Claire's levels spiked that summer of 2006. We had her tested a month later, and because of an immediate 2-point drop, we were pretty confident we had stopped this exposure. 6 months later, another 7-point drop, another point, and then another. Performed was in 2010. When she was 8 years old, her levels were down to 1 microgram per deciliter, and we exhaled. Today, she's perfect, or a perfectly infuriating teenager. But my purpose in being here today is to say lead is everywhere. It shows up in our soil, from the years of leaded gasoline. It's in jewelry and spices and paint and dust and a whole host of other areas. And most of the time we don't even recognize it, so we can't do anything about it. But lead is cruel, and it is insidious, and it is cumulative. Lead levels can build and build over weeks, months, and years without anyone suspecting anything is wrong. We can't protect our children from all lead exposure. That task is too big for this council. But we have the opportunity to do something to lower the exposure in our schools and other public spaces. This source we know about. So I urge you to adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Montes.
Good afternoon, council members, President Navarro, thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Hooker for notifying me of this hearing and suggesting that I might want to present some ideas. So thank you to you and your staff. I won't go through the what the bill is doing, but I will say that the CDC basically is saying eliminate lead in drinking water. It knows that it can be a very expensive venture from a public policy point of view, but health comes first, and I think that has to be the discourse of this particular bill. In examining, and by the way, the World Health Organization also recognizes the issue, but it has it at 10 parts per billion because of all of the countries involved and what they can manage. And then, but at the conclusion of their report, they say prevention is the best way to deal with lead poisoning. In examining various reports and so on, the environmental protection guidelines are really 15 parts per billion, which are, more dealing with the corrosivity, I can never pronounce that word, the corrosiveness of the pipes as well as the coating on the pipes. That's what that measure is for. It's not a health measure, and it's not a safe exposure measure for children. However, having as a safe exposure level, the California's public health goal became 0.2% for a public health goal of parts per billion. Very, very minimal, but just enough to detect. For the county, I think 5 parts per billion is a realistic number. The bill does present a health equity issue in that the higher levels of lead are found in low income and communities of color. And so it really needs to look at it from that lens as well. And then as an issue of the absorption of lead, children are especially vulnerable to that. And so the targets probably, and I heard some of the say that it was elementary school level, and I think that's where the target's preschool and elementary. And then the issue for me as a Latino advocate is that 35% of all elementary students are Latino. 30% of all students are Latino. So our particular population is more at risk as you just look at the numbers. So the CDC Advisory Committee on Childhood Poisoning Prevention in 2012 reported to a strategy to emphasize preventing lead exposure rather than responding after the exposure. I would make one more point that surveillance on how these exposures change over time will be necessary as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Montes. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Item 10, this is a public hearing on a special appropriation to the Montgomery County Public Schools FY19 operating budget in the amount of $384,986 for the Emergency Impact Aid Grant. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. We don't have any speakers for this hearing, so I need a motion.
So moved.
It's moved by Council Vice President Katz and second by Councilmember Craig Rice. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. So now we're going to go back to legislative session, day 7th. Introduction of bills for a Bill A-19, Erosion Sediment Control and Stormwater Management, High PAH Sealants. Lead sponsor, Councilmember Rice. Public hearing is scheduled for April 23rd, 2019 at 1:30 p.m. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. And our previous public hearing dealing with water quality is a perfect segue. Back in 2012, we actually banned coal tar sealants, mainly because coal tar sealants actually had high concentrations of a chemical called polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, otherwise known as PAHs, which are known to be carcinogenic. And these PAHs can actually be released into air, into the air as dust when the sealants break up over time. And so I really appreciate you and Councilmember Hooker and Councilmember Katz who were supportive in terms of making sure that we stamp that out. We actually were in partnership with the District of Columbia and Prince George's County in being the only watershed in the nation, the Anacostia watershed, in being coal tar free And what we found out in contacting the industry and working with them is that now there are new sealants out that are not named coal tar sealants, but that still have those high levels of PAHs in them. And so, as with many things, we have to continue to update so that we can stay ahead of the curve. And so this bill just does just that. Finding that these new non-asphalt coal tar high PAH products have been being used in our area. We want to make sure that we stay ahead of the curve. And so DC has just passed this bill. The state of Michigan and the state of Illinois have done the same. I am working with our partners over in Prince George's to once again ensure that the Anacostia watershed remains at the forefront. And so would ask for your support. I'm looking forward to the public hearing, but again, this should be straightforward in terms of us continuing to make sure that we're protecting the safety of our residents in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, and please add me as a co-sponsor. All right, so now on to item 5A, and this is an expedited bill. It's Bill 3-19, Administration, Executive Branch, Non-Merit Positions, and the GO Committee recommends enactment with amendments. This particular bill was sponsored by myself in my capacity as president at the request of the county executive. Bill was introduced on February 12th. A public hearing was held on March 5th, in which 4 speakers testified, and the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee work sessions were held on March 7th and March 14th. I do want to express my appreciation to Councilman Vice President Katz and Councilmember Friedson for their work on this item as well. Basically, the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee recommended 3-0 to enact Bill 3-19 with an amendment to grandfather employee in merit system positions upon successful completion of the probationary period. This particular bill and the executive regulation would designate certain positions in the executive branch as non-merit positions. And the draft positions are on circles 9 to 55. Specifically, the bill would create the following new non-merit positions: Chief Labor Relations Officer in the Office of the County Executive, Chief Digital Officer in the Office of the County Executive, Chief Equity Officer in the Office of the County Executive. It would also convert the following merit M1 positions to non-merit positions: Deputy Director, the Department of Housing and Community Affairs; Deputy Director for Results, Office of Management and Budget; Deputy Director, Department of General Services; and Deputy Director of Operations, Department of Transportation as well. On page 3 of your packet, you will find a number of issues that our council staff, Ms. Myhill and Mr. Drummer, that very ably staffed this item as well, did raise several issues that the GO committee took into consideration. Number 1, there was a general discussion about the desire or some of the concerns with creating non-merit positions. It was explained by the administration staff that this was really as a result of the county executive wanting more flexibility as he begins his administration and has identified certain areas that he would like to work on and felt that needed to have flexibility for innovation and to provide certain realignments, et cetera. Our staff did point out that, of course, there was, some general concerns about continuity and also whether political non-merit appointments were more likely to be more responsive to the county executive and not the county council, and maybe motivated by political concerns. We took that into consideration. We understand that there are other positions like this as well, and we try our best to work collaboratively. So we did appreciate, of course, bringing those issues up to the committee's consideration. Also, there were some particular issues that were brought up by MACGEO and IFF Local 1664 regarding questions around the Chief Labor Relations Officer position. Most specifically, they felt that the position should respond directly to the executive and not to the CAO. But after a lot of conversation, it was made very clear that it would be responding and directly to the CAO, but that the county executive, of course, will be the one who is setting the tone, et cetera. So we had a lot of conversation regarding this. The unions also brought up issues around the part-time, is it full-time, exactly what will be their responsibility, but a lot of that we discussed, and at the end, we felt that it was okay to keep it the way it was stated in the bill. Also, there were some conversations about the chief equity officer. As everybody knows, we're working on the racial equity and social justice policy, and we hope to adopt legislation, of course, in the fall. And so there was some issues brought up about whether it would be wise to appoint that person at this point in time, but it was explained that this particular person would help in facilitate the work that we will be engaged this year, and it is possible that the legislation would actually require a call for additional staff or a different kind of composition, and we would address that at that particular time. The Deputy Director for Results, we also had some questions about the role of County Stat and some of what it does and how is that going to relate to this particular position. Basically, we were told that that this position will continue to perform some analytical work, et cetera, but it would be a lot more focused on this. And then basically, we entertained an amendment that Council Vice President Katz also brought up, and it had to do with the conversion of non-merit to non-merit positions that were occupied by merit system employees, and the fact that we felt strongly that that transition should happen upon successful completion of the probationary period. So that is the one amendment. We also heard testimony from individuals who, particular person who occupies the current position, and requests for the county council to offer different types of compensation packages, severance packages, et cetera. Our staff pointed out very quite correctly that this particular bill does not in itself abolish any positions. We're just converting positions through our budgetary budget process. That's when we will take up this issue of positions that would be abolished, and at that time we can have a conversation about severance packages or any retirement packages or anything of that sort. So those were the items that we discussed. Again, it was a 3-0 as amended, and I will say for myself that what we're trying to do, we've been trying to do here on the council, is to obviously expedite whatever it is that the county executive has requested in order for him to put together an administration. And this, obviously, this particular bill is part of that, and we will see how this new structure works out. Obviously, our job is to provide the oversight, which we will continue to do, and hopefully this will enhance many of those policy areas that we have been trying to work together. So with that, let's see, I have Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, just very quickly, I wanted to thank the Council President and Vice President for the work on this, and just wanted to add one piece. We had asked, and I appreciate the commitment, and I see Ms. Caceria is here, the Deputy CAO, for what ultimately will become the cost savings that aren't part of this bill, are separate from this bill, and there were numbers that were cited that are based on possibilities of cost savings, but once we have an accurate reflection of what the real costs are, that will be transmitted back to the GO committee and to all of our colleagues on the council, and I appreciate that commitment from the Deputy CAO and from the county executive, and so I just wanted to note that. And I asked a lot of questions, all of us did, and we all had some, I think, understandable concerns and questions in our role in oversight, but I think ultimately we struck the right tone of providing deference to the county executive to set up his government and allow him to do that. And I appreciate the fact that we had a really robust, actually 2 sessions long, got some answers. I think those questions will continue. And so we hope to continue with the collaborative approach that we're able to have through this process. And I will just put a plug on. We're adding new positions. We still have a lot of vacant senior level positions in the administration, and so I am hopeful that that we continue and that the county executive and the CAO and the rest of the administration really works in haste to make sure that we have a fully staffed administration to serve our residents. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedson. I'm so glad that you pointed that out. For my colleagues as well, this is also included on page 2, and we did have a lot of robust conversation about the fiscal impact, and there were, I think, differences of opinion in terms of how that is being calculated, but your request, I think it's a very important one as the bill is implemented, that we would like to be informed on how that is going. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Madam President. In continuing with the line of thought that you were just expressing regarding the true cost of this bill, I just want to say that I wish that the job descriptions included salary ranges. Lots of information for who we're looking for, but there's no information on how much those individuals will get paid, which go to this broader question. And I'll just quickly say that I'm glad we've taken this up in an expedited manner to allow the county executive to operate his government and hire people to make us more nimble and find efficiencies in the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other lights, so this is a roll call vote.
Mr. Glass?
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Jawando?
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Hucker?
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Mr. Albornoz? Yes. Mr. Albornoz votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Friedson? Yes. Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro? Yes. And Ms. Navarro votes yes.
Thank you. So that's unanimous. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, so now we're on to our last item of the day, and we have run a little bit over time, but very eager to have this conversation. The title is Leveraging the County's Assets for Business Attraction and Retention. I do want to thank Mr. Gene Smith, our Council Legislative Analyst, for putting this packet together. I see that Mr. Petter is here, the CEO and President of the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation. And I also welcome everybody else. We'll have an opportunity for everybody to introduce yourselves as well for the record. And I wanted to just mention that, this year, obviously, with all the leadership changes in the county and all the transition that we are all experiencing, I really felt strongly as Council President this year that it would be important for us to take time during our council sessions to go over and have robust conversations around some big policy areas that I know all of us have been very eager to address and to see where we can take it, how we can take things to the next level. I know that, during the very robust community conversation that ensued during the campaign, there was just a lot of very important, I think, dialogue around, where are we going? What is the state of the county's economic development strategy? What are some of the outcomes? How are we connecting workforce development to economic development? What are some of those areas, for example, in education that we need to address? And I feel really good that we have, started the year, hitting the ground running in terms of early care and education. We're also now engaged in our racial equity and social justice work that is so important, and it's all embedded in everything we're doing. And this issue of economic development is one that I know every single one of my colleagues is absolutely interested in, and it wants to see whatever it is that we can do collaboratively to move the needle and to really position ourselves in a much better space. And the reason why I felt it was important to name this Leveraging the County's Economic Assets for Business Growth is that we do know that we do have a lot of assets. Our story, I think it's a very positive story, but it really is about how are we leveraging that and how are we setting a course and a vision that we can begin to execute. So really, this is that opportunity is to get an update to see from your perspective, where we are. I think that's been now, 4 years or something like that since, we decided to go in this direction with the Economic Development Corporation, and then see how we can all, continue this work moving forward. Now I'd like to ask my colleague, Chair of the Fed Committee that deals specifically with economic development, for some introductory remarks, and then we'll turn it over.
Thank you, Council President Navarro. I'm really very pleased that you have made such a priority for economic development in your term as Council President. You've commented on the importance of the issue almost every chance you get, and you've made sure that we could have a chance to meet today to talk about this issue, and it'll be a continuing theme. The Fed Committee had a terrific conversation with David Petter and team. I think it was the first meeting of this council term for the committee. And we really got a lot out of that conversation. And I think hopefully we'll be able to have a similar experience today in terms of looking at what MCEDC has outlined as a vision for how the EDC can help the county move forward on economic development. And it's such a big topic. It's such an expansive, profound topic. I think it's often difficult to know how do you attack it? How do you attack it? But that's why you're here, and you've developed a very, I think, solid framework for us, which is a resource for us as council members to pull ideas from, to know where we need to be investing and pushing forward and spending our time and energy. I will say there is a little bit of a shadow of our discussion today, which is the revised economic numbers that have come through. In many conversations over the last 18 months, it seemed to me that the economic news in the county was quite positive. And then this week, we learned, I think a week ago or so, there was a downward revision in the job numbers. And things don't look very good, basically. The packet outlines how a lot of the job growth that we have is in sectors of the economy that aren't as high paying, and that's a big challenge. But also, just in terms of the regional situation, we're lagging. And so it makes me think very differently about, I'm already concerned about this county. I think we all are. I think there's so much concern in this community today, and it's been growing over time, that the way of life that we take for granted, we can't take it for granted. And that, there has been a sense that it will take care of itself, but it doesn't. And I hope that the revised numbers over the last 2 years are somehow an aberration and not signifying a trend. But flat job growth is not going to help us pay the bills just to look narrowly at the budget, but more broadly, it's not going to help the people who live in our county provide for themselves and for their families. And that's fundamentally what it's all about. So there's a lot of great discussion topics, but I keep this strategic plan of action on my desk, and I look at it, and it just helps me think about how we can be spending our time and our energy. So I appreciate your work on this, and I look forward to hearing today about progress through it and how we can help you help us and work together collaboratively. Thank you.
Do my colleagues want to make introductory remarks or just questions? Okay, great. All right, so Mr. Smith, can you just let us know how we're going to structure the conversation?
So what we'll do right now is I will briefly turn it over to our colleagues at MCDC so they can introduce themselves.
Yes.
Their names are in the packet, but that way everyone knows who they are. I will come back, go hit some highlights in the packet, which Mr. Reamer has already started for me, so I can skip over some of those. And then I will then turn it back over to Mr. Petter, who will give a couple minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, about some highlights of MCDC's leveraging the county's assets for business growth, and then we'll just have an open discussion with the council. So with that, I will let my colleagues at MCDC introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Stacy Hardy, VP of Operations.
Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Miller, VP of Strategy.
Good afternoon, I'm Bill Tompkins, Chief Operating Officer.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having us today. My name is David Petter. I'm President and CEO of the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation. We also have 5 board members of our 11-member board here in the audience. Bob Buchanan, our chairman, Robbie Brewer, our vice chairman, Ola Sage, our secretary, Tian Wong, exemplary board member in his own right, as well as Carmen Larson here with us in the audience supporting the work that we're doing together as a team. So I'm very happy to have their support and happy to continue this collaborative conversation. Thank you.
Welcome to the board members.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, as Mr. Reamer noted, I provided some context to the county's economy, primarily focused on jobs, because I believe that's a lot of what the council focuses on when they look at the county's economy. And so that's on pages 2 to 4 of the report. And as Mr. Reamer noted, most importantly, the county did see job loss during the Great Recession about almost a decade ago now. And interestingly, most of the job growth that occurred after that has come through the federal and local government sector. The private sector, when looking at the high, the watermark high, right before the recession, and the current high has only had 0.7% growth in the private sector. And so that's a pretty important note in terms of where our economy is at. Also, and if you look at the economic sectors, health care and food services have seen the most growth since the Great Recession. And based on just average annual salary, and I realize that's an average, those typically pay less than some of our high-tech and high-wage jobs. And finally, the county is no different than many other jurisdictions. We have a lot of local small establishments, meaning that we have jobs, our employers with fewer than 50 employees. There's a lot of jobs like that, or employers like that in the county. But also, interestingly, 2% of the county's establishments employ more than 100 workers at the establishment, and that accounts for 40% of the county's private sector jobs. So it's kind of tales of two cities, so to speak, or two extremes. You have a few employers employing a lot of employees, and you have a lot of employers employing very few employees. And as we've talked, growing the county's economy is important, not only because of the county's revenues, but because jobs are what our residents need. We want high-paying jobs for our residents here so they don't have to travel as far. And we want to grow that economy, which links us back to the work source conversation we had a few weeks ago, which is trying to fill those jobs, but we need jobs here from our local economy to have jobs so that we can fill those jobs. And the council realized this in 2015, which is why they kind of undertook this privatization effort, both of the workforce development section of the County Department of Economic Development and the marketing and business development section of the county development. So we're going to talk about that today with MCDC. I also provide a little bit of context of that conversation, which was a 2012 report from the International Economic Development Council. On page 5, there's some summary of what they kind of provided to the council during that time. Most importantly, that leadership matters, not structure. Private, public, it doesn't matter. Leadership matters when it comes to economic success. And also having a strong economic strategy connected to measurable performances is also key. And so that was the context of why we privatized. We wanted to get that function out of the county so that the private sector could then lead our private sector development, which is why MCDC was created, and the council designated them as the Economic Development Corporation in 2015. So the remainder of the report on pages 6 through 8 kind of show what MCDC has been doing to leverage the county's assets to market the county and to grow businesses. And to that end, MCDC did spend time identifying assets, mostly from external documents because they were a brand new organization early years. They used that to form the strategic plan, which Mr. Reamer has noted. It's on circles, sections 5 through 8, if you want to see that strategic plan, and it lists 4 goals. Council staff notes that goals 1 and 3 are particular wheelhouses for all economic development organizations, growing businesses, both recruiting businesses into the county and expanding businesses in the county, and also growing local entrepreneurship. And finally, MCDC does a lot of marketing. Their website is a plethora of information to market that information, and they also create site-specific and kind of client-specific information depending on how they're recruiting businesses. I also understand that as a council, we're always also concerned about specific locations in the county. It came up today during the transportation conversation. We have several economic hubs. MCDC will share some more about that today, but they do their best to leverage those economic hubs when they have a chance. But ultimately, a lot of that is outside of their control because businesses that come into the county are already almost made a decision on site specific of what they're looking at. But I think it'll be an important discussion topic in terms of how the council and the MCDC can work together to leverage specific sites and or specific areas of the county to leverage assets that we already have. And so in closing, much like the WorkSource conversation, council staff on page 1 has a summary of discussion topics, which on pages 8 and 9 I go into more detail. And again, there's kind of a mix, a bag in terms of kind of where we want to go. Very, very specific questions in terms of how are we recruiting businesses through our conferences. Mr. Petter and team just visited South by Southwest recently. And so getting an understanding of how that's growing the county's businesses by bringing possibly new business to the county. And we also have some just generic, more general conversations. How do we help our small businesses that aren't necessarily tech focused? And how do we leverage the county's assets to promote those sites? So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Petter, who will give a few minutes presentation or discussion, and then we'll open up for discussion with the council.
Excellent. Okay, Mr. Petter.
First off, I love the fact that you've got the strategic plan of action on your desk, and I'm going to get copies for all the other council members to have it on your desk. In fact, we can make it a T-shirt or a paperweight or something else. We want it to be first and foremost on your attention. And this is a much different conversation than I think I had 30 months ago when I started in front of county council. Today's a conversation that's much more collaborative. It's much more team-spirited. It's much more recognizing where our challenges are, but also recognizing where our strengths are. It's much more healthy and collaborative throughout the campaign. I've had the chance to meet new council members, reforge relationships with existing council members, and I'm very, very excited about where we're going to go forward after today. So, Councilmember Navarro, you said 4 years. I'm going to clock 30 months for me, 2.5 years. I'm very excited to continue on as in the role as CEO and share that Montgomery County story, because I think there is an incredible story to tell. With that said, there are challenges, and we're equally as disappointed in the numbers we saw from the Fuller report. So I have a quiet enthusiasm or a quiet confidence and humble excitement that I continue to share about Montgomery County. When I'm in South by Southwest or I'm in Orlando at our Health Informatics Conference, I've got the most incredible force field around me. And the challenges that we face day to day here don't come out in front of my business prospects. And I share the incredible story that we have here in Montgomery County. 350 biotech firms, proximity to 3 international airports, 1 out of 3 residents being foreign-born, a K-12 system that's strong, although we have some challenges that we need to work through. Metro system, highway accessibility, walk paths, bike paths, soon to have scooters north in the county. We are an incredibly purpose-driven people here in Montgomery County, and we have incredible assets to sell. So I want to stay anthemic, I want to stay positive, I want to address the challenges, but I want to share that the story that we share, both to retain a company, to expand a company, to recruit a company, is one that is still resonating very positively with the external market. 30 months ago, with the support of my board of directors, I wanted to create something different. I didn't want to create another economic development company that was just business retention, expansion, and recruitment, which is your bread and butter economic development company. There's 2,200 economic development companies around the United States, basically all doing the same thing. And they're very reactive. They're waiting for leads to come in the door, and they're being responsive. We have evolved as an organization that's not only a traditional economic development company that's managing a project pipeline, but one that's doing more programmatic work that's going to set the table for long-term job creation and capital investment growth. And we'll talk about some of those strategic initiatives today that we heard from the business community as opportunities for us to do work in infrastructure, in capital, in marketing, in connections to customers, in technology transfer, in work in small-scale manufacturing, areas that we heard from the business community that we can really move the needle. It may not happen in the next 6 months, but I'm confident these are the right decisions because we have a great feedback loop between our staff, our board of directors, and the business community. I think that's what we've done really well at the EDC. Our predecessor organization met with about 150 businesses a year, maybe 200 a year. I believe we met with 800 businesses the first year. And although you'll hear about the South by Southwest and the Amazons and all of these far-off places that we travel at times, the reality is that we're very much a boots on the ground in our communities, our 14 business centers, in our 505 square miles. My business development team and my broader team are all marketing experts. We're present throughout the community. We're in front of business. We're hearing what they need to be successful, either to remove a barrier or help them to be in a growth mode. Most of our job creation will come from expansions. In fact, the results that you've seen in your packet are from expansions, but we are pivoting and doing more business recruitment. And I'm excited to tell you more about the work that we're doing there and tell you our philosophy behind that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wants to add anything before we get into a conversation? All
They're-
right.
They're going to speak a little bit because I brought my reinforcements, my team here, and they'll have a chance. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. Okay, so the one thing I will note, when I was looking at the packet on page 3, in terms of the particular areas of healthcare and food services, I was not surprised because I do remember sitting here during the recession having Stephen Fuller actually came and gave us a particular analysis and a forecast at that time and pointed out that our challenge was going to be how do we pivot from and how do we diversify away from not just the federal assets that we have, but also that the growth in the region was going to be in service sector jobs. And so that our challenge was going to be to figure out how we could really take that into consideration and then work to see how we were going to leverage other particular assets and create other ecosystems to move from that. But so when I see this, we were forewarned regarding that. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and you, as always, tee up things so very well, so I'm very appreciative. So, Mr. Petter, one of the things that concerns me when I look at your key industries on your website, and I see information technology, I see cybersecurity, I see biohealth, I see healthcare, hospitality and tourism, agribusiness, nonprofits, financial services, and advanced manufacturing. Where is our service sector?
So the organization is, let me answer it a little differently. First and foremost, when we do proactive outreach, we reach stakeholder industries as identified by the comprehensive economic strategy and what we've recognized as the assets in the county, which are those areas you define: life sciences, technology, cyber, financial services, corporate headquarters, advanced manufacturing. We also balance a large degree of leads coming in the door that are a range of other industry types. We will typically focus our energy on primary-based businesses that are creating more than 51% of their revenue from outside of the county. So if we are successful, we're recruiting companies and expanding companies that are growing the new tax base of Montgomery County, and typically a lot of service-based jobs outside of those stakeholder industries would not be a priority of ours.
So I hear you, but part of the challenge is, and let me just start off by saying this. I think you guys are doing a great job in growing the industries that you have featured there. It's tremendous. Your small business resource pamphlet that you have that's online, phenomenal. Putting all those resources together is great.
Yeah.
The challenge is, though, if businesses go to your website, right? And I'm going to use my wife as an example, who owns a hair salon.
Yeah.
And she looks at this. She doesn't see herself identified as a part of MCEDC. I went through all of your pictures. I didn't see a picture of a pupuseria. I didn't see a picture of a restaurant. I didn't see a picture of a clothing store. I didn't see a picture of a hair salon or a nail salon. I didn't see a lot of these things. I saw a lot of features of, office buildings and office rooms and folks looking at PowerPoint projectors and all those kinds of things. But I didn't see the core and the lifeblood of what is Montgomery County. What I did see is a reference to in hospitality, and you talked about it in the story of Marriott and what they started from with their root beer stand, right? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I worked for the company. Yep. But again, so why wouldn't we have that as the story? Because we know that those kinds of industries can grow into the next Marriott. And so I think we're missing something there. So again, it's like, it's not that you're not doing great with what you're doing, but we need to expand. We've got to see more than this because we're missing out on so many of the things. And as we talk about the race and equity lens that the county is looking to put forth on everything, I'm going to need you to do that when it comes to MCDC as well, because the reality is that a lot of those companies who are providing those types of services are people who look like me and who look like the council president. And so from that perspective, it's imperative for us to make sure we're achieving that balance. So I have one other question for you.
Yeah.
And it was great that you went to South by Southwest. Do we exhibit at the International Conference of Shopping Centers?
We don't exhibit, but we participate. Spiro Baltas on my team went last year, and I'll go this year.
Okay, but why don't we exhibit at a place, and I'll preface by asking, we have our amazing Clarksburg Premium Outlets. We have an amazing Crown, which is doing incredible. These are shopping centers, right? So I understand the whole impetus that, well, shopping centers aren't doing so great. And yes, the antiquated ones aren't, but I was just at Westfield that opened up Urban Plates and the great, so there are folks that are investing in the right areas and we're seeing great results. So, then I also see places where I know shopping centers are struggling to have anchor tenants right around the corner from us, when it comes to Dawson, and could use help from an organization like yours to help recruit folks. I know that in Clarksburg Town Center, where they're looking for an anchor tenant for Clarksburg Town Center, that they could use the help and make sure that we have some of those folks that are getting invested here in Montgomery County. And when you talk about job growth, it's not just about the biotech, it's about all jobs. And so from that perspective, can you give me some thoughts on what the future may hold when it comes to MCEDC and playing a greater role in some of those areas?
Yeah, we're completing our third year of our 3-year strategic plan. We'll go through a new strategic plan exercise in the coming 6 months. It's something that my staff, board of directors, and input from this group could have a say and commentary on if our stakeholder industries will shift somewhat. I can tell you now that I'm comfortable in the capacity of our organization that we're focused on primary businesses today. I recognize that we don't do a lot of work in the retail space, and that's been something that's been missing from county government. Perhaps that could be delivered through a partner in the county or a regional services director position, and I'd be happy to strategize how that would look. I see a void in community development. The priority of our board of directors and my staff has been not there, but that doesn't mean we can't have that as part of our wheelhouse in the future, because certainly retail and service also makes for places, which is important. That's the reason I'm doing ICSC, because it's oftentimes a project like 7272 Wisconsin, which is a huge office building, needs to have retail in the bottom. That all kind of comes together. But I would tell you it would be a disservice to the county today if we spent more time than less on retail instead of shoring up the retention expansion challenges we've had in the county. The reality is that Montgomery County businesses haven't had a lot of customer service in previous years. So in the first year and a half, I wanted to make sure that the businesses that were those key revenue generators knew that we existed, that we were here for their success, and perhaps in time we broaden our purview. Or we work with the county executives team and this group to make sure that that is offered through county government, through SCORE, through SBDC, through LEDC, through Life Asset. We can always have our network of partners that we make sure is getting taken care of. One thing I do encourage you and your wife to check out is our MoCo 365 campaign. We highlighted 375 people and businesses, and many of those were retail and service companies. And I would think that people who come to that page would see a lot of people that have a similar culture and passion and diversity about them as well.
I would just counter and remind you, as a sales and marketing guy, folks look at the front page. If they don't see on the front page, they're not looking any further. And so from that perspective, you got to make sure that it's right there for folks, or else they'll assume that it's not there.
Great.
Let me just say one last thing about one thing that you said, because it's incredibly important. I do think that based on the county's investment, that I do expect you to do both. I do expect you to focus on our leading industries, and me representing a large portion of our biotech sector. Like I said before, you've done exactly what we've asked you to do. But at the same time, I don't want you to forget about those others that are the lifeblood, that are the core of Montgomery County.
Yeah.
You know, they've been the ones who put Montgomery County on the map. You know, in my 46, almost 47 years here, it started with those. Right? And so we can't forget about them and just say, well, we didn't give the attention to those, and so now let's give the attention to those and forget about them. So they have to be a core. I'm not asking for you to replace. I'm just asking you to do both. And whether it ends up being a partnership between you and regional services centers, or whether it ends up being a partnership between you and the chambers, or whatever the case may be, however it's structured, I just want to make sure that we're continuing to hear that and seeing those stories, because it's the Seth who starts off with Honest Tea, and then it's the wedding wires. It's the stories go on and on from these very small businesses that are not always the sexy at the beginning, right? Yeah. Who knows who the next Paul Mitchell or the next whatever is going to be. And in all seriousness, I mean, that's why we have to continue to make sure that we're diversifying, because we're not just going to get those job numbers coming out of biotech or out of healthcare. It's going to come as a result of all of those things combined. But thank you very much for your great work. You've continued to do some great things when it comes to, again, putting us on the map when it comes to Amazon and our competitiveness and people knowing who Montgomery County is. Those are the things we've asked you to do as a board, as an organization. You've represented along a number of different spectrums, and so we need to keep that going. You've been doing a great job, so thank you.
Could I say one more thing, council member? One thing that's important to note, although we have a certain priority and focus, anything that comes to us through email, through the front door, through a phone call, will get not just passed off, but we'll run quarterback on any type of opportunity that comes to us. So daily, I have people that might not be a fit for the EDC, but I make sure that that either goes to Judy Stevenson, it goes to Tina Benjamin, it goes to LEDC. We don't just pass off and forget anyone that comes to us looking to be more successful in Montgomery County. My team and I make sure that that gets handled in a way that's thorough and that's high customer service.
Thank you. I do want to just quickly comment as well. You know, part of the reason why this conversation is really important is because we've all had different ideas as to how things could be perhaps restructured or enhanced, realigned, you know, in order for us to really achieve the goals that we wanted. Obviously, we do have a new administration. I see Mr. Fletcher here. Welcome, Ms. Benjamin is here. But it is important for us to then begin to understand what this new structure, because it is novel, will look like and what areas is it going to address. Oftentimes when I hear community development, a part of me, I've never liked that term because I feel like sometimes it sounds more like Peace Corps. We're really talking about, you know, community-based economic development. And so I hope that at some point the council, and maybe through the Fed committee or the full council, it'd be great for us to see how this sort of new structure with the regional services director now serving as hubs for that community-based economic development, but how they're going to interface with you, because it is really part of that holistic approach. I've always had a hard time, you know, this issue of just separating what you do with what small businesses might, you know, need to do, what a particular geographic area of the county, for example, if it's lacking a major grocery store, guess what? That affects our overall economic development because people may not want to move to those areas and therefore property values are affected. I mean, there is this ecosystem. And I do worry that sometimes when we separate the functions, then we are definitely not at all reaching our desired outcomes for the county. So that's why I wanted to have this conversation as well. And I hope, Mr. Fletcher, you're taking notes, because I do want at some point to understand then, you know, that synergy between regional services director, regional services centers, you guys, which conferences are you going to? You know, if we know that there's a particular area of the county that is missing something very important, how is that happening? How are you guys working together to make that go? And that's what our constituents expect. I mean, you know, after all, our taxpayers, that's what they want.
Yeah,
So you know, so I know that it's all kind of new, but I think in a couple of months, it'd be great to see whether there's a memorandum of understanding or something that has been established in order for us to then, you know, address this whole entire continuum. I think that's what we're looking for.
I
sure.
share that same need for clarity. I believe my
Yeah.
team is meeting with Mr. Fletcher and Ms. Benjamin tomorrow. Is that correct?
Wonderful.
To begin to define those roles, so it's very, very clear, not only to the elected officials, but also to our the people that we serve. You know, I tell this story, and I'm equally as frustrated. There's times that I feel we really are a small business EDC. When people say we don't address small business, we really are small business. Although you hear about the Amazons, the reality is the majority of the projects we've closed in FY18 and those that are in 19 are 10 employees or less. So I think the nuance is the type of business, the industry of the business that we represent. I was at an event in Silver Spring about a year ago, and I had just gotten off a walking tour of Littonsville with Daniel Parra on my team and a resident of the community. We visited 8 different businesses, and it was a wonderful morning. And 2 days later, she said to everybody that I wasn't focused on small business. And I said, wait a minute, I just was with you for 8 hours, and we looked at business. So I think it's that re-education of roles and responsibilities. And I agree, we don't want to leave anyone having to find where the resources are. So I'm looking forward to this conversation between Sarah Miller, Tina, and Jerome this week to begin to provide that clarity.
Excellent. That's
Thank you.
great. Thank you. Council Vice President Katz.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. Can you, I tried to figure out these numbers, and I can't see them in there, so if I've overlooked them, please correct me. But when you got here 30 months ago, David, what were the amount of jobs that were here when you got here, and what are the amount of jobs that are here now? Are those numbers in this packet? Do you know those numbers?
I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. Gene, do you know if you published those numbers in this packet? If they're not here, I can
They're
get
not in
those.
the packet. I mean, Gene.
No, I did not publish the numbers, and we can get those pretty quickly, though.
And I would appreciate getting those numbers. Candidly, and while you're doing it, since we're going to be looking at numbers, can you give me the number of jobs that the MC EDC actually created that was actually new jobs or that you believe that you've retained those jobs, and how much was the growth? And how many of them actually were from the municipalities where you wouldn't have had as either any involvement or very little involvement in it? I mean, the MetaMunes of the world certainly were before your time, but the county was certainly of a great help, but it wasn't the driving force. So I'd like to know those numbers.
Yeah.
And then I'd also like to know the average salaries from when you got here to what they are now. Because we're losing obviously the retail sector, which is across America, it's probably across the world, but across America. But we're gaining the biotech jobs, and I'd like to know what those numbers are as well, because the biotech jobs obviously should be much, much higher than the retail. One of the troubling things on page 3 of the packet, of the 19 things listed and the county's covered private jobs by economic sector, of the 19 listed, 11 of them are minuses. No business should, you said just before, David, that you're in the small business business. No business can exist by having 11 of the 19 be minuses. So that, to me, is a huge concern, and the only way we can correct things is to point them out. So I think that's of great concern. On page 5 of the packet, it's noted that the county approved appropriations. It mentions in here that the county approved appropriations for MCEDC from FY17 to FY19 is about 3.5 times greater than the appropriation for the same functions performed by DED, by the county's Economic Development Corporation. And I'd like to know the difference, what are we getting for those additional 3.5 times of the budget? And there again, you've been here 30 months, so the first year, no business is going to it's not going to make a profit, or very few do, I guess. But after 30 months, we should start to see some of that return on the investment. So I'd like to know, and obviously you don't have that in front of you, but I'd like to know what we're doing and how we're doing it, please. If you could get back to me on that one.
Yeah.
And then on page 8 as an example, we talk about the 3.5% goal 4, the goal number 4, is the 3.5% is what other jurisdictions, I guess my question is, on what are the other jurisdictions? What is Howard County? What are they spending on economic development, or Fairfax, or whoever, quote unquote, our competition is? And how many jobs have they created or retained or whatever? I'd like to know what our competition, quote unquote, is doing, and how much, and how we are in comparison to them.
Just for clarity, council members,
Yeah.
do you want to know the balance of public funding to private funding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's another concern. We talk about on page 6 that the county funding from FY17 to FY18 went up, from 4 million, a little over 4 million to a little over 5 million. And the direct private funding in both of those years was zero. Now we're saying that it's 200,000. Have we actually collected anything for the 200,000?
We've collected 50,000. We've actually hired through an RFP process a consultant to devise a strategy for us to raise private fundraising. This group is an expert in the economic development field and is currently doing a concept audit with our board of directors and stakeholders in the in the community to understand if there's an appetite and what that appetite is for private fundraising to the EDC. Our early target is somewhere in the million to 1.5 million range in time. This 200 number was merely a number that would allow me to begin this process halfway through our fiscal year. You'll see the private percentage of our overall budget increasing in time. To manage expectations, it will never replace public money, but it'll be a complement to it. I would imagine to be closer to an 80-20 balance in time, although that's something we still need to explore.
80-20 that the county would be paying,
Yeah.
and you'd be paying 20.
Yeah, and again, this is all going to be explored through our private fundraising partner. But as Gene pointed out, throughout economic development industries in the United States, some are pure public. I just came from a pure private. A lot are public-private. We can get you that benchmark to what Fairfax is. I know Fairfax doesn't raise any private money. It's all county money. I'm not familiar with. Prince George's is also fully public. I don't know Howard off the top of my head, but we can get that.
And how much
information for you.
how much do you have to pay the consultant to do this?
We're doing a $25,000 engagement with him to do the first phase of the concept audit. Depending on the results of that, we may either continue with them or we'll bring the work in-house and execute
So they
ourselves.
basically you're giving them half of what you've already raised, is what you're saying. You said you raised 50,000. You're paying him 25.
If I can put on my marketing hat, I think we're investing in them to give us a smart
Okay.
strategy.
Well, we'll find out. Yeah.
To be able to
Yeah.
raise
I hope you're right.
a
Yeah.
higher number than we otherwise would be able to.
Okay. And the when the marketing itself on the website, and you talk about talent, connectivity, innovation, diversity, access to capital, infrastructure, top schools, and sustainability. But all of that, and marketing is great. I mean, we have to market. I mean, I'm certainly not suggesting that we don't. But of all those, I don't know, maybe the access to capital, but that really isn't something that you're letting people know that it's there, but you're not actually you haven't created any of this, is what my point is on this. I mean, I don't know how capital, I mean, are you?
We connect people to banks, we connect people to venture capitalists, we connect them to angel investors, we connect them to Maryland Tech Council, other pools of money. We're merely a connector. We don't have our own budget that we give a business, but we connect them to sources.
And do you have any idea how many people actually would have taken advantage of that?
I have an idea of how many people need to take advantage of it.
There's a lot of need.
Yeah.
There's no question.
I can get that number to you
Please,
from my
I'd
business development
appreciate
team.
that as well.
Yeah.
And and then of course I'm concerned about the small businesses in general. I mean, it's still, small businesses are still the #1 generator of business in Montgomery County, and I think probably in the United States.
Yeah.
But I don't know that of the 800 people, you said you had 800 businesses that you actually met with. How many of those were small and how many of those were medium and large?
I can give you that breakdown as well. Of the 21 projects we've closed this year, from July 1 to December at the end of the year, 14 of those 21 projects had 10 employees or less, if it gives you some context to the nature of the companies that we're working. So typically, I think what we have in our pipeline now, only 2 companies have 1,000 employees or more. So we recognize Montgomery County, 32,500 businesses, 27,000 have 10 employees or less. We're very much small business focused. In fact, you know, when I asked to prepare for today's presentation, and I know you hear the Amazons and the Apples and the names, but the reality, what I get excited about are the singles and doubles. And these are the singles and doubles from FY18, names that you otherwise might not have heard about, that are the small businesses of Montgomery County. So I think the nuanced conversation is the industry mix of what we move into, and do we move into other industries in time as we evolve our pipeline. If I can answer one more thing,
Sure,
I know I owe
please.
you information, and I'll get back to you with information,
Yep.
but just to manage expectations and timing. We began our what I call our project pipeline 24 months ago. So we had 4 employees 30 months ago. Took us 2 or 3 months to begin outreach and getting things in. Today we're actively managing 76 projects. So it's matured over 2 years. It's natural that that could take 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, but we've had wins along the way, and I'll share that with you in follow-up information. But I'm very, very happy about the proactiveness of my business development team at South by Southwest, at HIMSS, at RSA, at BIO, throughout our community, our diverse community, our business centers, to bring a lot in that funnel. I think 76 is a pretty incredible number. It's the size of some states. I think Florida would typically manage about 100 projects, and as a county, we're at 76 in 2 years. So know that we're building capacity, and I understand we're hungry for results. I'm equally as hungry. I'm frustrated as well. We want to have some big, big wins, but there's a lot of singles and doubles along the way that I want to celebrate.
Well, I don't know the big, big win. I think any win is a big, big win. I mean, I think that we need to, we are losing market share, and I think that's a huge concern. And I don't think that we, in one respect, we have a great story to tell, and in another respect, why isn't our great story being told? And one of my concerns, and which you said to Craig before, that anybody that calls, anybody you always follow up, et cetera. Well, candidly, if they're calling, they already know about Montgomery County. They already got a phone number. I'm concerned about the people that don't call. And I'm concerned about how are we reaching them. And I understand going to some of these shows, but it's of the 800, and I guess you said the 800 that wouldn't be in 1 year, I guess, of 800 businesses that you met. I mean,
it was 1 year.
In 1 year?
Yeah.
And you said that we came up with 21 last year? Is that what you said?
We did 43 in FY18.
In percentages, and I understand not everybody that comes through your door, you're going to make a sale.
Right.
But I'm just concerned about those numbers. I'm concerned about what our investment is and how we can get there. And I think we've got to work together to get ourselves to a better place, because wishing this away is not going to change. We have got to get ourselves to a better place. And candidly, we don't have a lot of time to do it. I mean, our competition is not waiting. So I appreciate you for being here. I know that this right now we are just this side of not a crisis, but we're close to a great concern that if we don't turn this around, we will have a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Council President, and Council Vice President Katz for starting us off there. And good to see you,
How are
David, and the team. And I haven't met all of you, but I know you have a recent addition, so congratulations. Good to see you all ready to go. And we've talked about this, David, as I've joined the council here along with some of my colleagues 3+ months ago. I see it as my mission and our collective mission to help you do your job effectively, right? And we all are cheerleaders and advocates for the county because we think it's a great place. We know it's a great place, and we have many assets, and we have great people, and we have great schools and transit, and all those things can always be better. There's the Montgomery County standard, and we can do better. But I continue to believe, as I think a lot of my colleagues do, that we are underperforming in this area for how great we are. And I know that's why changes were made by previous councils and administrations. And we're embarking on this path together to try to spur economic growth here for the benefit of our citizens and the long-term prosperity of the county. But, we think, statement said, and I think we all agree on that. I want to hone in on a couple of things, and Council Vice President Katz started to mention this. The $5 million budget that MCEDC has, it was noted as 3.5 times greater than Department of Economic Development, right? And that's a significant investment from the county, because it's primarily, other than this $200,000 or $50,000 that you've raised this year, and hopefully more in the future from private sectors, it's all county money. It's all taxpayer dollars that are going to this entity. And I think we do have to ask the question, if we're responsible public servants, in the 2.5 years plus since we started making these significant investments, what are we getting? And I think if you're average citizen, I often joke with my colleagues, the millions watching at home, they want to know, what are we getting for our millions? And when you look at some of these numbers, and you can respond broadly, but I just want to at least point you to a couple of specific things. you said in FY18, you had over 800 plus contacts, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With business, okay. And we were able to close, and by close, kind of convert into an opportunity here in Montgomery County. Is that a
Yes,
fair definition?
43 projects, yes.
43 projects, okay. And so the packet notes that someone we always like to compare ourselves to in Fairfax County, in that same year, closed 104 projects, okay? And I'm not sure of their contacts. We could probably find that out. Just answer my question generally, but then specifically related to the investment we're making, which is, again, significant, and the contacts, which you said are a good number of contacts. Why are, in the story we have to tell, why are we not seeing a higher conversion rate compared to a person that is in our class and also has a good story to tell, but I think is that much better than us? Can you help me figure that out and help the millions watching figure that out?
We can dissect that in a couple ways. First, I'd love to have additional context from Mr. Smith on the 3.5 number. Just to understand how that was factored, I saw that for the first time on Thursday. The reality is we didn't have and don't have the infrastructure that the county has, so we're doing our own payroll processing, our own accounting, all of those administrative functions that were part of county government in the past. So I don't know if that 3.5 number, how accurate that is, and I'm not going to defend or argue that.
Let's stop there for a second. Dean, do you want to say something?
It was just a simple math. We were investing X number of dollars for DED, and you're right, there's overhead. I was just noting what we were saying for this function in the Montgomery County government was about $1.7 million. The amount that we've now given MCDC
That included paying the people to do the job.
Those were the exact functions doing the job of what we were asking to do.
Salaries.
Marketing and business development, salaries and operation costs. Much like the county government, about 85% was salaries and the rest was operational expenses. And yes, and so it was simple 3.5 times. It was just a note. It wasn't meant to draw ire from anyone. I just wanted the council to understand kind of where we put our investment.
No, I think it's a significant point. So continue, David. Go ahead.
And to be fair, Fairfax has been successfully marketing the region for 35 years. I wouldn't say the same proactiveness has taken place in Montgomery County in respect to our predecessor organization, in respect to the county. We travel far and wide, and we don't have the brand recognition that Fairfax County has because of that lack of proactivity. To be frank, I felt things came very easy to Montgomery County for a long time. Montgomery County is a wonderful gem, as we all know. But there was a time that perhaps there was complacency in selling the wonderful things that we had. So, again, back to my reason for being when I first started, as much as I wanted to get out there regionally, nationally, internationally, start telling that same story that Fairfax does, there was a lot of companies in Montgomery County that hadn't even heard from anyone. Not the governor, not the county executive, not county council members. I had meetings where they said, I haven't seen anybody in 27 years. And I was kind of the complaint department for about the first 6 months. So the very first thing that we did in that first year, where our numbers are still 3,872 jobs retained, 1,340 new jobs, was merely making sure the companies knew that Montgomery County wanted their business to stay here, they wanted the business to be successful, and that there was a new resource for them to either remove a barrier or to help them be successful. I certainly want those same numbers as our counterparts do in Fairfax. I'd also want clarity on that number as well. We typically report job-created capital investment only on projects that we work. Fairfax, we have an understanding at times, reports all projects, all job announcements, all projects, whether it was their talent or not. And we'll seek additional clarity on.
Gene, where did you get that number from? And
Directly from the EDA's website, which state these are the relocation and expansion projects that the Fairfax County Economic Development Authority worked on in 2018. So it doesn't match fiscal 18, but it is self-reporting. But it's directly on their website. It lists at least 104 businesses. It was just the projects they list.
Okay. I don't want to cut you if you're.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
No, this is a wonderful spirited debate. I love it.
It's good.
So we are building our project pipeline. We're building our capacity. I would have to say that we've gotten incredible exposure through our marketing. We've done incredible marketing, not only within Montgomery County, the region, and beyond, and our work to get on the Amazon shortlist. Not that it's worth the $14 million that you've invested in us to date, but it's certainly worth a multi-million-dollar brand awareness campaign as well. So we are in that point of capacity building, of sharing our story, of building our project pipeline that I'm very comfortable with our results today. Am I going to relax? Am I going to leave here thinking that we've done a great job in 30 months? No, we're going to hungrier than ever to build that project pipeline. But I think to compare us to a predecessor organization that wasn't high functioning, that wasn't as successful as I think could be, and to Fairfax, I think it's an apples and oranges comparison. In my history in economic development, I think our budget at $5 million for 19 team members and the scale of work we're doing feels healthy to me. It doesn't feel exorbitant.
Well, one of the things, and I appreciate that,
Yeah.
and obviously, you and your board have the authority to lay your plan out and hire the people you think you need to do the job. But
Yeah.
As you said, $14 million over the past 3 years. Even if we weren't getting what we're supposed to, which we weren't from DED, is a significant investment for the county, and we need to see a return. And I know you don't disagree with that.
I don't disagree.
And I am, we're new here, but we often hear, well, we're getting started, or 30, in your case 30 months, in other cases, at some point, it can't be we're just getting started. And I had to do this,
Yeah.
and I know you're working hard. We've met, and I will continue to, again. And I'm on team with you, and we have to help you make the case. You mentioned project pipeline. I have two other questions. You mentioned project pipeline, and the amount of marketing. On the page 8 of the packet, it refers to the ways that you are increasing the amount of projects in your project pipeline, which you previously stated was at 76 currently.
That's correct.
And you say direct contact, professional advisory networks, and digital marketing and social media are the 3 ways you enter people into that pipeline, is the way it's listed here. How much money are you spending on digital and social marketing and social media? You can give me 1 year, or you can give me all of it. And what's the amount
I
of
think this
investment?
last year we were close to $400,000, $500,000 on media costs. Historically, I've built an in-house ad agency every economic development company I've been in, so we don't outsource a lot of partners, consultants, agencies. We do the work in-house, so some of that is salaries, part of that is media costs. The first year, what I saw was the need to change the narrative of doing business in Montgomery County, so we spent an additional $400,000, maybe we're close to $1 million the first year in marketing, and a lot of that went toward the MoCo 365 and Think Success campaign, which I think was necessary. When I arrived in Montgomery County, the narrative was very downtrodden. It wasn't anthemic to what we had here. I met a lot of people personally along the way that had incredible stories to tell, so we invested in a campaign where we had another resident in the county share their story of success here. And while that was a marketing campaign, it also created 375 allies for the EDC and for Montgomery County. So that number was higher in that first year. We're at 500 this year. I chose to do a more limited national marketing campaign this year because of our budget. We launched.
And are you seeing, just not to cut you off because I don't
Yeah.
want to be respectful of my colleagues,
Please.
are you seeing a direct in those marketing, if you do on Facebook? I see a lot of promoted ads, for example. Let's just talk about they pop up, and invest in Montgomery County, and it's a picture of you pointing at a whiteboard or something, or someone,
doesn't make you wanna
or
come
someone
here.
else. And are you how are you measuring any effectiveness or referrals that you're getting from those expenditures?
Yeah, in FY18, we had 47,000 unique visitors to the website. A lot of that had to do with Amazon getting new eyeballs. So 47,000 unique people visited our website, which our website is designed to be 3 team members at the EDC. It should have the clearinghouse of information to answer any question a company can have to be successful here. Not only is it a good number as far as just the volume, but they were spending nearly 2 minutes and 30 seconds when they came to our site. So they weren't coming to the site, seeing something, and then leaving 10 seconds later, but they were really engaged in our site. So I'm very happy that the marketing that we have is getting people engaged to learn more about us.
And then of the project pipeline, just because I want to be, again, respectful, how many, when they're coming in, are you asking, hey, how did you hear about us? I'm assuming you're asking that.
That's correct. We are asking how they found out about us.
And what is it related to specifically to the marketing budget? Do you have of those 76, how many people were contacted through those means?
I don't know if they ask if they've heard it through the marketing per se.
Okay. So if you don't,
marketing
I
may
think that's
reinforce the
something, it's a
decision.
significant amount of money. I just think it's something we should track, and it'll help us know if it's working. If 50 of them came from it, let's put more money into it. But, I just think it's something we need to track because it's a significant number. The trade shows, I'm not marketing whiz. You have to decide on yourselves whether that's a good use of money, again, taxpayer money, to go to these shows and what you're getting off of them. Again, I think we need to be really critical. Again, most of this money is taxpayer money. What are we getting off of what we're spending it on? And I'm on the Fed committee. I'm very interested in that. And you can respond now, or you can get back to us.
Yeah,
if
no,
you're not
I'm
tracking that.
I'm very skeptical and critical of business recruitment trade shows as well. That's why we're very selective on the ones we do. We do them only in our stakeholder industries. We've only started 6 months ago. I don't like to invest in a booth. I think booths are not effective. I attend, my business development team member attends. We have a strategy where we intercept leadership. We have boots on the ground. We meet with companies. We meet with venture capitalists. We do very limited sponsorships. We're very smart and strategic about the time and money we spend at those, at the same time knowing that the majority of our job creation will come from retention and expansion.
I appreciate it. Last question. You said that retail and service jobs are not really in your wheelhouse in response to Councilmember Rice's question. And on page 3 of the packet, there's this breakdown of private jobs by economic sector, right? And I think Councilmember Katz referred to this as well. When you look at, for lack of a better term, the winners and losers on this chart, we see modest increases in service industry and comparative losses in commerce, trade, and manufacturing sectors, the higher paying jobs. And this isn't completely unique to Montgomery County, but I'm curious to see a couple things. How do we match up in these areas to our neighbors? Service industry jobs, for example, do create a kind of a virtuous cycle in the county where most of the people using them live here and the money's kind of circulating in the county. But you also need the money from these other jobs, which are bringing in investment from outside. So we have additional funds. And we need to bring in some of those as well. So I think this is a double question. The growth we've seen is in the area where you don't focus. We haven't seen growth in the areas where you're more focused. And so help me understand that.
You know, I think the best opportunity we have for creating jobs are where we have assets in the county. And through the economic study that was commissioned by the county, by the feedback we hear from the business community, we recognize that we've got the talent base, we've got the physical assets, we've got the connectivity, we've got the federal agency relationships for those 5 stakeholder industries I rattled off at the beginning. I would say because those areas are declining, we need to have more attention to those areas as well. And I agree, as Councilmember Katz recognized, we should look at the jobs created as not only the number of jobs, but the GDP of those jobs. That we would need to create 3 retail jobs for perhaps the value and the impact of 1 life sciences job. So I'm open to the conversation as I would want to confer with my board in time on where our industry focus would move in the future, but I think for the stage of our organization, the capacity and the assets of the county, focusing on those primary industries that I discussed before is an appropriate focus.
Well, I don't disagree that we should. I just think we need to see some growth in those areas. And thank you again. I know you're working hard. I know your team's expanded. I look forward to working with all of you. As you know, Councilmember Hooker and I flew out to L.A. to try to catch a big fish. We weren't necessarily happy with the result. It's still
We're still fishing.
We're still fishing. But I want to do more of that, and we're on your team. But we just have to make sure that we're driving these numbers in the right direction. So
I share that.
thank you for your
Same
work.
sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
All right. Well, I guess I want to pick up there in terms of the lack of growth in the high-paying sectors. That's Montgomery County's challenge. And that was our challenge long before we created the Economic Development Corporation. And I wish you had a magic wand that you could wave and change fundamental trends in Montgomery County's economy, but you don't. You have the ability to market and talk and build relationships, and ultimately it's a long-term payoff. But I think the county leadership needs to push the boulder uphill with you, and I think sometimes that hasn't always been the case. So I think accountability is an important conversation. We also all need to take a piece and figure out how we can push an initiative that is going to have strategic value. So that's what excited me about the strategic plan that you've devised, is it provides so many dozens of really significant ways that this county as a whole could move the needle. And I think that it would be terrific for all of us to look at these conversations as a way to talk about how to do that together. There is, again, an important, we need to know your metrics, and we need to hold you accountable for your metrics. I think you understand that. The conversation, just to pick up one of the topics, the conversation about community economic development. We've had a lot of conversation about that. We started that conversation probably about a year ago, I would say, really. County executive has said that's his big priority. So I'm waiting for a plan. I'd like a plan on how the county executive and the executive branch is going to move the ball forward. I thought it was going to be through the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. They don't have a director. We need a director at the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. That is the natural place to do community economic development. I understand that the regional centers are now perhaps going to be part of that mix. That's terrific. I'd like to hear more about how that's going to fit together. These are government-driven programs. The Economic Development Corporation wasn't created to do that. If we wanted to expand their role to provide that type of function, that's a conversation we can have. But it was always my understanding that if we were going to get focused in that area, we were going to be leveraging the person power of county government more into that role with the Economic Development Corporation as a strategic advisor. And that is what you just said moments ago as to what role you might be willing to play. But I'd like to see the plan from the executive branch very soon, because I'm also excited about community economic development. I think we do need to be doing more, but I'm going to defer here to the executive branch to take the lead, because I think you have the capacity to take the lead there. But we need some action. The same goes on the conversation about permitting. There's been a lot of conversation about how we need to be the best place to do business. I'm waiting for the results of a task force to begin. I'm waiting for a task force to begin. I'm waiting. There's a lot to do. The incubators, I'm excited the county executive is going to come talk to us about the incubator program. That's April 4th, I believe. I think it's terrific that the executive wants to come in and have that conversation personally. That could be an area where we can all really work together, and your strategic plan addresses a lot about the incubators and what we could be doing better. So to have you at the table providing some insight about how to do a better job there. I just think that we need to be looking at how we can work together with the private sector leaders who are involved in the EDC and expand on what you do and bring more to the conversation. And that's how we're going to make some progress in this county. So I would love to see us doing more on bio. We have a strong bio sector here. It's probably our strength. It's probably our first, second, and third strength other than the government labs. What more can we do? At this point, we need to build our strengths. We need to be talking about HQ2 and how we're going to leverage that. Mm-hmm. That was it's a spectacular regional economic opportunity. It hasn't come up yet today. How are we going to leverage HQ2? That's the kind of conversation I think that the county needs to have. So we'll pursue that. But what are we doing in White Flint? What's the status of White Flint? How are we investing in White Flint? That's what we pitched as our headquarters for Amazon. We didn't win that bid, but that doesn't mean we don't have all the advantages that we pitched. We do. So how are we building on that? How are we going to pitch that to the next? What do we need to do to have a better case? You know, I think there's a lot of work to be done in White Flint. And of course, you know, East County too. There's Silver Spring is just taking off, but there's more we can be doing in downtown Silver Spring. And the Community Development Initiative, again, comes into play with Burtonsville, you know, as a prime example of where we want that more community-focused strategy. So anyway, there's so much that we need to be doing together, and I'll keep referring to your report. And you know, these bigger trends with these job numbers are very concerning for us as a community, and we need you to be doing everything you can do, and we need to be doing everything we can do, because the trend line is not positive in this economy, and you know, that's a real problem for us. So
I value the sentiment, Councilmember Reamer. I think that began with our Fed meeting with Mr. Friedson a month and a half ago. This idea that economic development has a lot of partners, it has a lot of moving parts, whether it's our organization or the county executive's office or this elected leadership, whether it's all of our community partners, our chambers of commerce, our access to capital partners, whether it's affordable housing or transportation or parks and planning. There's so many moving parts, and I think that's an area that we can maybe have some more intentionality, is how we continue to strengthen that public-private partnership between the EDC and Montgomery County. And that was really the best thing. That was the biggest win out of Amazon. Although we haven't talked about it today, there is a lot of great things that we've learned from that, and we've relationships we've solidified with that, with County Executive Elrich's new team. I'm hopeful that we gain some new strengths there and find new ways to partner, because we certainly feel the burden and the time lapse, as Councilmember Katz recognized, that we need to start showing some significant results in changing that trend line. I'm excited to report that we are doing some great things on the bio front. We're doing some interesting, I guess, exercises in an innovation center and talent for Amazon, as a result of Amazon in the Pike District area. I'm talking to my peers in DC and Northern Virginia about doing more regionally, perhaps in other markets, perhaps the West Coast, to sell Montgomery County and the region as a result of Amazon work. So I love that this group could be an extension of my team. In fact, every time I present, I've probably presented 200 times in Montgomery County in the last 2.5 years. I always end the conversation with, now you're an extension of the MCEDC. You're part of the economic development team. So I want to know, when you hear of a company that's thinking about leaving, a company that's having a hard time expanding, or a company that should be here. And as Councilmember Joando recognized, Councilmember Hucker traveled to Los Angeles to do a pitch. Councilmember Friedson wants to travel with us in the future. Councilmember Reamer, you want to be part of this. I'm sure the whole group would love this. Gabe Albernez, Councilmember Albernez as well, have come to me and said, we want to be part of business development. I think that's the way we're going to start seeing that change, is if we all, was that not good? Councilmember Hucker?
Mr. Joando said we started a trend. I got to say, okay. I'm not sure this is every council member can't go on economic development trips to
but I think
companies.
The spirit and the philosophy has evolved in Montgomery County in the last 30 months, that today I'm excited to be able to leverage some of this enthusiasm on the elected leadership. Thank you.
Well, we do have a couple of lights. Let me say this as well. Our constituents don't really have the insight into, who's doing what, right? Our constituents want to know that Montgomery County wants to not only protect its reputation, but really take it to the next level. And to me, this is why this conversation is so important. Many of us don't serve on the Fed committee, so having the entire council have an opportunity to ask questions and really get some insights into what you're doing and what you plan to do, it's really important. We undoubtedly will have another session to understand with the new administration and deputizing the Regional Services Center with Mr. Fletcher that we just appointed. How is this all going to work together? How is it going to be integrated for us to be able to address all of these extraordinary goals? It's not one thing. It's just a number of things at the same time. I mean, that's what we're expected to do. And so, we don't just want to be kind of an extension. We are part of the economic development strategy of Montgomery County. We run and get elected based on many of those kinds of outcomes. I mean, that's just the reality. And that's what we've heard time and time again when we're out there. People want jobs. People want to understand that neighborhoods are stable. People want to see amenities. People want to see infrastructure. People want to see all of this. Most importantly, people want to see that we have the revenues necessary to continue to address the needs that we have. And that's going to come through expanding our tax base. So this is all interconnected. And sometimes it just feels weird to have this conversation as if, this is some issue that you're dealing with over there, and we're kind of here, and we're council members, and then no, this is all part of the same exact strategy and hopefully the outcomes. And that's how I come at this moment in time. Right. We have an amazing opportunity because in some ways we're starting a new chapter with a new administration, with new council, and so there seems to be a lot of energy around some of the things that we're able to do to move forward, and I think everybody would want to pursue any kind of opportunity out there if it presents itself. So, I really wanted to clarify that. To me, this is a baseline conversation, right? This is a baseline conversation about where are we, and then since the council also has such a generous charter, and not only are we the ones who adopt the final budget, we add to it, we can subtract. We make land use decisions. We pass all the laws. We're, Board of Health. I mean, this council can play a very important role in how do we boost and how do we, complement, obviously, everything that you are doing and, other partners out there to get us to that place. So, I really wanted to just clarify that because this is not the end of this conversation. This is just the beginning. We all need to do whatever we can to get us going. Councilmember Albornoz.
That was a perfect segue because you said what I was thinking. And I want to go back to something that you said before, Mr. Petter, and that is leadership is so important in this space. Through our rhetoric, through our actions, through our proactivity, through reaching out to businesses, both small, medium, and large, to find out how they're doing. These are all important steps, subtle steps, but important steps that will holistically move us forward. One of the concepts that they hammered home when I did my MBA program is that it costs a lot more to bring in a new customer than it does to retain the one you have. And through conversations, I know you have had to, out of necessity, spend a large amount of time talking to existing businesses in the county to help and make sure that they stay here, which I really appreciate. The one concern I have, though, is I feel like something that was lost when we privatized the Department of Economic Development, which I think was the right thing to do, because you guys are much more nimble and are in a better position to move us forward. But the one thing that was lost was often in county government, it's out of sight, out of mind. And when you have a colleague who's the director of permitting services or a colleague who is the director of transportation or Department of General Services, those critical county government functions that interact with businesses on a day-to-day basis, if you could just comment on, do you feel that? Do you feel that the businesses that have reached out to you and in your pitches to them, are they expressing concern over some policy or issue here within the county? And do you feel that you are in a position to address that concern as an outside with 1 foot in county government and 1 foot out in the private sector?
I think we have great connectivity to our public partner, whether that's Tina Benjamin, whether it's Diane Schwartz-Jones, whether it's Casey Anderson. They are always available, quick to respond, have the aligned vision to help business be successful here. Sometimes it's as simple as a company that wants to move a semi-truck from in front of their business, and we know that we can call someone at the county to help with the Department of Transportation make that work. So yes, there's great connectivity, although we don't have all the resources in-house as a public-private partnership. The county and our county counterparts have been very accommodating and quick and high customer service on delivering response to us. Permitting is an area that we hear from businesses more often than not. It's not an everyday call, but perhaps it's a once a month call. I usually get it and I call Diane, and Diane calls me back within 5 or 10 minutes, and by the end of the day it's resolved.
Great.
At least the callback's resolved. Maybe the issue still gets worked through. So I don't see any type of complacency among our public partner right now. And that's one thing I think we do really well at the EDC, whether it's county tools or it's access to capital or it's access to mentors or it's strategic introductions, that we've got great connective tissue at the EDC. We've got 19 team members that speak 8 different languages. Some have been in Montgomery County their whole life, some have been here for just a few years, but we are wildly connected to the resources for companies to be successful here, and we make sure that gets followed through.
I appreciate that answer, and that's encouraging. Thank you. I'm not surprised. We've got some amazing folks over there, but that's encouraging to hear. One of the best parts of this new gig is that I get to meet with a lot of people from a lot of different sectors, and all of them have strong opinions on a variety of issues. But I do want to stress something here while we're in a public setting, that rhetoric does matter. When our businesses hear things like, we just want to be as bad as other jurisdictions, that doesn't engender a lot of confidence. And so I think that we have to set the benchmark high in our language and our rhetoric across the board. And I certainly take that very seriously, as I know all of my colleagues and I know our county executive does as well. And I've been very impressed with the shift and the focus on our small business development coming out of the executive branch. I'm looking forward to the report that my colleague Sydney Katz is working on, which I think will be very important as we do benchmark where we are with other jurisdictions. But I also have heard repeatedly from businesses that say things like, saying publicly that if we need you to be successful so we can do these other things. They want to be partners with the county. They want to acknowledge the fact that they are residents, that they have kids in our school system, and that they're not here as something to draw down from to be able to do other things, but a true player and a true partner in every sense of the word. And so that, I think, moving forward is also going to be something that we have to communicate more effectively, that we're here to problem solve, that we're here to encourage, and that's going to be important. Just 2 final points, because I know the day has been long. You just got back from Austin, and one of the things that Austin does extraordinarily well is leverage its arts and humanities. And obviously South by Southwest is more than just about the musical performances, but I know that we have tremendous arts and humanities assets here in Montgomery County, whether through AFI or the Fillmore or Strathmore. And I know we mentioned those specifically on the website. They're prominently there. But I think there's more that we can do in partnership with our arts and humanities to do a better job of creating a sense of place. Because that is ultimately what employers are looking for and what employees are looking for. We have those assets, and I think we could do a better job leveraging them. I know that Arts and Humanities has shifted over to our Education Committee, but I think there's an economic development component to that that's going to be really important for us to stress moving forward. And then finally, I just want to highlight something and appreciate something. The fact that you referred to our nonprofits as part of contributing to our economy is so important, because they do. We have small, medium, and large-sized nonprofit organizations here in Montgomery County that have thousands of employees, not just providing critical services, but gainful employment that require often master's degrees in a variety of different subjects. And so I appreciate your highlighting them, but also think that could be an opportunity, particularly for our nationally based nonprofit organizations that are paying a mint to be in DC, but that would like to pay less rent, but still be close to all the amenities that DC provides. So there are a lot of emerging sectors that I'd like to work with your office on as well, and look forward to doing that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Council President Navarro, for organizing this conversation. Thank you to the EDC for being here. I think that we've heard the priority that economic development is for all of us on the council, and the passion that you've heard, the questions that have been raised, the concerns that have been voiced, I think all come from a place of all of us recognizing the fact that if we are going to build a sustainable future, if we're going to maintain our high quality of life and high level of public services, if we're going to keep up with these massive growing needs that we have here in Montgomery County, that we have to grow the private sector economy. We have no other choice. There is no plan B. And that's why you being here today and this conversation is so important. And I think the theme that the council president used, the leveraging county's assets for business attraction and retention, is important. And I think, we heard Amazon raised, and I think what Amazon taught us is, or reinforced for some of us, is that everything that we need to attract businesses from all over the world, everything that we need to grow businesses here, we have. And the question is, how do we leverage those assets to do it? And how do we summon the collaboration and coordination and partnerships that we need to execute it? And I think that's what I hope the result of this conversation is, and I hope that's what the next step of this question is. Mr. Reamer mentioned, we have this once in a moment regional opportunity for a huge industry. I mean, Amazon in and of itself is basically its own industry, and there's a tremendous amount of private capital that's going to come with it. And the question is, do we seize that moment, and how do we then take all these other opportunities, like what went into pushing Montgomery County forward and pushing the Pike District, which is what we're calling it now, in case everybody is wondering. The Pike District, I'll say it once more, because every time I meet with folks in the Pike District, they remind me that it's called the Pike District, so I just said it 3 times as reinforcement for those millions watching at home, as Mr. Giuano would say. But we have this opportunity, I think, that we can really seize. And I see the Pike District, and I see this opportunity not just for that part of the county, but to expand our economic development strategy outside of Bethesda and even outside of Silver Spring, and expand it east-west to Wheaton and up to our biotech corridor in the Up County. I mean, there's tremendous opportunity, and we have not done a good enough job of connecting and leveraging the assets that we've had, and we have operated exclusively in silos. And so I think that it's important that we think about it that way. There was also a lot of conversation today about small businesses versus big businesses, as if there is this ongoing competition between large businesses and small businesses. And I just think we have to get out of this temptation that we have in our public discourse that creates this false choice and this false narrative that somehow big businesses are competing with small businesses. It's just not true. The reality is 96% of our businesses, at last I checked, which is about a year ago, 96% of our businesses have 50 or fewer employees. Almost all of our businesses are small businesses here. 83% have 10 or fewer employees here. We need big businesses to support the small businesses. We need small businesses to support the big businesses. The large businesses are using the small businesses to provide contract services for the retail side, for all kinds of things. It's the large businesses that are supporting those small businesses, the small businesses who are supporting the large businesses, with the exception of very few examples that we here in local government cannot control. The disruptors like the Amazons of the world, like the Walmarts of the world. Large businesses aren't competing with small businesses. Large businesses compete with similarly sized large businesses that do similar things, and small businesses compete with similarly sized small businesses. It's like a shark and a minnow. The minnow is not worried about the shark as much as the minnow swimming next to him. You want to swim faster than that minnow so that when the shark goes to eat, you're faster, so that the shark doesn't eat you. And that's how the business ecosystem works. And I just think we have to get out of this idea. And I appreciate the fact that you're focused on small businesses, because the reality is almost all of our existing businesses are small, with the exception of about 4%. But it's not one at the expense of the other. It's lifting the tide to raise all boats. And we sure need to lift the tide here in Montgomery County, as a lot of us have mentioned. And so I just wanted to make sure that I raised that point, because I think it's really important. I'll also raise the fact that we've talked a lot today about, are we getting the best return for our dollars? And I think that that is a very important conversation to have in anything that we do with public taxpayer dollars. But I think we have to also appreciate the fact that we created an independent organization, and getting into, I think at one point we heard you go to too many trade shows. At another point we heard you don't go to enough trade shows. There was questions about, specific spend on what priority social media has versus another type of spending. And while I think that our oversight role is critically important, we have to take that really seriously and very soberly. I also think that we have to differentiate the fact that we have created an independent agency, an independent nonprofit. And I share some of the priority that I hope that we can move much closer, much faster to that 80-20 split where we are leveraging private dollars for this. And I appreciate that that is an interest, and I hope that that can be followed through upon, because I do think it's important, not just for saving us taxpayer money that otherwise we would be spending, but to get buy-in from the business community as partners in this broad effort, that bringing in and retaining these businesses help the existing businesses we have. You're not doing it at the expense of our business community. You're doing it to sustain and support our existing business community. And I think in order to be successful, you do need to get that buy-in. In the absence of that buy-in, I think we're going to struggle. But I think that we have to appreciate the fact that I personally have no interest in going back to the former model that we had here. I think it was a failure. I think it was a failure on a number of counts. I am much more confident today than I would have been had we still been in that role. I appreciate the fact that the previous council moved this the way that it has, and I want to do everything that I can, and I hope that we all are going to do everything that we can to make sure that it's successful, because I don't think that going back to the former model is an option for a lot of reasons. And I think that the numbers that we heard earlier of how much we were spending, that doesn't include, I don't think, certain money that we are aware of that didn't go to places where it was supposed to. And so I think it's important that we recognize that as well. So with that, just a couple things, a long lead-in. Speaking of leveraging assets, and I think there's a lot of that was the focus of today's conversation. You used the term intentionality and connective tissue. And you spoke a lot about your connections with county government, your connections with other entities. And I'm wondering about, we talk a lot about sharing Montgomery County's story outside of Montgomery County, which is important to attract new businesses. But I'm wondering about sharing Montgomery County's story inside Montgomery County, and not just by helping grow existing businesses, but working with the existing assets in the business community that we have today, whether it's other municipal EDCs, whether it is local chambers, whether it's other business advocacy groups. What role do you see with those groups in being that connective tissue and coordinating and communicating and making sure that we are selling the Montgomery County story and the EDC economic development strategy to the folks we've got here?
It's a good question. We all of our team serves on multiple boards and chambers within the county to start. So we have relationships, I think, with not just 1, 2, or 3 chambers, but maybe 8 or 10 chambers that we serve. I serve on the board of advisors for USG, and I give them direct feedback on what I hear from employers. We've got Montgomery College on our board of directors. We've got synergies with Maryland Tech Council. We've got someone officed in the Silver Spring chamber for some time. So we're physically present and we have communication with them. We share our marketing assets with anyone who wants to have our marketing assets. In fact, I think Rockville EDI just took our Rockville brochure and kind of scraped a little bit of information that was centric to the county and made it appropriate to Rockville. So I like to think that we are an open source economic development company in the parlance of today's technology terms, that the assets that we're creating, the data that we're discovering is open source for the communities that want to use it. We've created digital story maps for the Pike District area. We've created marketing
That's
for
4.
30 companies, and there might be 5.
Yeah, 5.
That we might have created 30 Think Success videos highlighting businesses throughout the county, 375 We Are Montgomery videos, 1 a day for a year. We've produced 5 Strength in Number marketing campaigns that shows the data of Montgomery County. So everything that we produce from a marketing, positioning, branding standpoint promotes all of Montgomery County. It promotes the business centers of Montgomery counties. We're physically present through chambers, through associations, through presentations. I'm happy when my office is half empty because I know that means that Daniel Para and Spiro and Lynn are out meeting with companies and creating those relationships that make that connective tissue happen.
I appreciate that, and I hope you have a Power Pack board, some of whom are here, present company excluded. But I hope that with some intentionality, we can focus on really leveraging the existing business assets to make sure that we are communicating, because I think we in the business community and across the county operate too often in silos, and I think that's an important piece of why I think the EDC is such a beneficial organization to be an independent enterprise, and I hope that you will take that on. This is my last question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can I say one thing real quickly? So Montgomery County is 505 square miles, and I know there's some narrative in the information that we don't sell communities, but in reality we do. I mean, we sell the broad story of talent, we tell the story of connectivity, of purpose-driven people, but we market 14 unique places, and that's what makes my job and the job of my peers at the table wonderful. If I had to just do one municipality, I would kind of go stir crazy. But we really have something for everyone when they come to us as a business prospect. And it's not just diversity of people, it's diversity of place, diversity of assets. That's what's wonderful about what we do. And as Mr. Smith noticed in the packet, a lot of times a company that's come to us has already been predisposed to where they want to be. But we certainly market the unique assets to make a company be successful here. And that's what's, I think, exciting for me. So the argument that there might not be a there, I would contradict and say there's a lot of theirs there, including the Pike District here in Montgomery County, that will appeal to a wide range of industries.
I totally agree. I think, we have gourmet ingredients. Hopefully you're building a gourmet chef to put it all together, and we need to have customers in the door to eat the delicious meal. So hopefully we can make that happen. But we spent a lot of time asking you a lot of questions. I have a question for you. What do you think the council can do, and what do you think the county should be doing, speaking a little bit to Mr. Reamer's point, to improve upon our economic development strategy, not necessarily just in, and excluding adding more funding to the Economic Development Corporation, since that's the obvious answer that I think you'd probably first turn to.
Yeah, and I'm very, very happy with the narrative that's already taken place. You guys have already offered, at least in spirit, this idea to approach economic development as a holistic, whole, multi-partner effort, that we don't want the EDC to feel like we are lifting this big boulder up alone, but we want to have leadership at the elected leadership level as well as the county executive level and beyond that will help us not only create opportunities on infrastructure that's needed, whether it's housing, whether it's transportation, whether that's planning, parks, permitting. We need to have great communication, better than we've ever had before. I think we're in a great place today to build upon momentum. I know there might be hesitation for all of you to go on business development meetings with us because that's a lot of time, but I would love, as it's been demonstrated already, for this group to be interested in calling me up and saying, I would love to go visit XYZ company in a month or two or in a couple weeks or tomorrow to see what they need to be successful. I think what we demonstrate is far more important than what we state. And as Councilmember Katz noted, I think we heard from other themes, my concern is not what we get and that we don't close, but what are the things we don't even get that we don't know about? So I think on the elected leadership side, if we demonstrate that we can be a culture of yes, that we can be open to ideas, that we can be proactive, we can be creative, that would be wonderful for the EDC.
Well, I look forward to being a productive partner and to sharing this story and to enhancing this story and to making sure that we are selling it not just outside of the county, but inside the county certainly as well. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Petter and your team, as well as the esteemed board members, thank you so much for taking the time to begin this conversation at the council level. As I said, this is our baseline conversation because we all want to work together. We all want to make sure that at the end of the day, we can point to those extraordinary wins. And so just understand that we are your partners, that this is a nonprofit organization, obviously, that we feel very strongly and we are investing in, and our taxpayers, I think, expect us to have, obviously, more and more conversations, but also action around what we can do. And I do want to acknowledge, as we talk about small businesses, we had that conversation about perhaps you having somebody there, and Mr. Parra was hired as a result. I think that the executive has moved to provide some other structures, and so there are things that are happening, things are different, and I think that we're on the right track. So thank you so much, and Mr. Smith, thank you so much for this packet. This will be the first of many conversations
Thank you very much.
that we'll engage
Thank you.
in. We're adjourned.